the possibility that meaning is entirely invented. Imagine spending your entire life chasing something that does not actually exist. Not money, not success, not happiness. Meaning, the thing that quietly sits behind almost every decision you make. The reason you get out of bed in the morning. The reason you push through difficult days. The reason you tell yourself that your struggles are worth enduring. Now imagine discovering that meaning was never found. It was created. That possibility has haunted some of the greatest philosophers in history, because it strikes at one of our deepest assumptions. Most people believe meaning is something waiting to be uncovered, like a treasure buried beneath reality, something objective, something real, something that exists whether we recognize it or not. But what if there is nothing there? What if the universe never assigned a purpose to your life? What if existence arrived without instructions, without direction, and without a built-in reason for being here? At first, that sounds impossible to accept. After all, human beings naturally search for meaning everywhere. We look for patterns in random events. We tell stories about our lives. We connect past experiences to future goals. We build identities around careers, relationships, beliefs, and achievements. Our minds are meaning-making machines. In fact, psychology shows that the human brain constantly creates narratives to make sense of reality. When events happen, we rarely accept them as isolated incidents. Instead, we weave them into a larger story. We want causes. We want explanations. We want reasons. A person loses a job and tells themselves it happened for a purpose. A relationship ends and they search for a lesson. A tragedy occurs and people desperately try to find hidden significance inside the pain. The uncomfortable question is whether meaning exists within those events or whether the mind is simply generating it afterward. Because when you step back and look at the universe itself, something strange becomes obvious. Nature does not seem concerned with purpose. Earthquakes do not happen for reasons. Stars do not explode to teach lessons. Disease does not discriminate between good people and bad people. The universe appears to operate through processes, not intentions. Things happen. Then humans arrive afterward and create explanations that help those events fit into a meaningful narrative. That realization led some philosophers to an unsettling conclusion. Meaning may not be discovered. Meaning may be invented. Think about money for a moment. A piece of paper has value only because people collectively agree that it does. Remove human belief, and it becomes ordinary paper. The value is real in its effects, but it exists because people created it. Now apply that idea to meaning itself. What if purpose works the same way? What if nations, careers, traditions, achievements, and even personal goals matter because human beings collectively decided they matter? Not because the universe declared them important, because we did. This is where many people experience a sense of panic. If meaning is invented, then it feels fragile. It feels temporary. It feels arbitrary. Suddenly the foundations of life seem unstable. If there is no ultimate purpose, then why work hard? Why sacrifice? Why pursue goals? Why care about anything at all? This is the point where many people fall into nihilism. They hear that meaning may be constructed rather than discovered and conclude that nothing matters. But that reaction hides an interesting assumption. It assumes something only matters if the universe officially approves it. Think about that for a second. Why should cosmic approval be necessary? Imagine a parent holding their child for the first time. Imagine two friends laughing together after years apart. Imagine someone creating art that deeply moves another person. Are those experiences meaningless simply because they were not assigned importance by the stars? Most people instinctively know the answer. No, the experience matters because conscious beings experience it as meaningful. And that creates a fascinating paradox. The possibility that meaning is invented sounds devastating at first. Yet every meaningful thing humans have ever valued may already operate this way. Love exists because people feel it. Friendship exists because people maintain it. Justice exists because people believe in it and fight for it. Purpose exists because people create it and live according to it. Their reality emerges through human participation. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche recognized this problem long before most people. He saw that traditional sources of meaning were losing their power for many people. But instead of concluding that life was worthless, he argued that humanity would need to become the creator of values rather than the passive receiver of them. That idea terrified many people because creating meaning is far more difficult than inheriting it. If meaning is given to you, life comes with a roadmap. If meaning must be created, responsibility suddenly falls on your shoulders. You cannot point to the universe for answers. You cannot rely on existence itself to tell you what matters. You must decide. And that decision carries weight, because once you realize meaning may be invented, every choice becomes an act of creation. The career you pursue, the relationships you nurture, the values you defend, the goals you sacrifice for, all become expressions of what you choose to make important. There is no cosmic authority stepping in to confirm whether your choices are correct. There is only the life you build and the significance you create through living it. That uncertainty can feel frightening, but it can also feel liberating. Because if meaning is not hidden somewhere waiting to be discovered, then you do not have to spend your life searching for a secret answer. You are not failing some cosmic test. You are not missing a predetermined purpose. You are participating in the ongoing creation of meaning itself. And perhaps that is the darkest part of this philosophical conclusion. Not that life lacks meaning, but that meaning may never have existed before conscious minds brought it into existence. The things that matter most to you may not be reflections of some deeper universal truth. They may be human creations. Fragile, temporary, entirely invented, and yet powerful enough to shape entire civilizations, define individual lives, and give people reasons to endure suffering, pursue dreams, and keep moving forward in a universe that may never have intended any purpose at all. Why consciousness might be a cosmic accident. There is a strange fact about your life that almost nobody spends time thinking about. Right now, you are having an experience. You are seeing colors, hearing sounds, feeling emotions, watching thoughts appear inside your mind. There is something it feels like to be you. And the truly unsettling part is that nobody knows why. Not completely, not even close. Science can explain how stars form. It can explain how planets move. It can explain how cells divide and how brains process information. But when it comes to the simple question of why any of that should produce conscious experience, the answer becomes surprisingly unclear. Why does a collection of atoms suddenly wake up and begin experiencing reality from the inside? Why is there a feeling attached to existence at all? The more deeply you examine that question, the stranger consciousness becomes. Most of us assume consciousness must be important. It feels too central to be accidental. After all, it is the only thing we directly know exists. Every sight, every memory, every dream, every fear passes through conscious awareness. It feels special. It feels necessary. It feels like the universe must have been building toward it from the beginning. But what if that feeling is completely wrong? What if consciousness is not the goal of evolution? What if it is not the purpose of the universe? What if it is simply a bizarre side effect that happened to emerge under very specific conditions? Imagine a thunderstorm creating a complex pattern in the clouds. The pattern looks meaningful for a few moments before disappearing forever. Now imagine consciousness as something similar. Not planned, not intended, not the destination, just a temporary consequence of matter arranging itself in a particular way. That possibility creates a deeply unsettling picture of reality. Many people assume evolution was somehow trying to create intelligent beings. But evolution has no goals. It has no plans. It has no vision of the future. Evolution is simply a process where traits that help survival tend to continue existing. Nothing more. Your ability to think, your emotions, your desires, your fears, even your sense of self may have emerged because they happen to improve survival chances, not because they reveal any deeper truth about existence. This becomes even stranger when we look at the human brain. The brain is made from ordinary matter, the same basic ingredients found throughout the universe: carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, atoms that have existed for billions of years. Yet somehow, when enough of those atoms are organized into an incredibly complex network, consciousness appears. Or at least that is what seems to happen. The mystery is that nobody understands the leap. Scientists can observe electrical activity inside the brain. They can identify regions associated with memory, emotion, language, and decision-making. They can even predict certain choices before a person becomes consciously aware of making them. But none of that explains why there is an inner experience attached to the process. A computer can process information. A calculator can perform calculations. Artificial systems can analyze data. But does processing information automatically create awareness? Nobody knows. And if awareness is not guaranteed by complexity, then consciousness becomes even more mysterious. Some philosophers have argued that consciousness may simply be an unexpected accident produced by highly organized matter. Not a fundamental feature of reality. Not a cosmic achievement. Just an unlikely outcome. Like a rare chemical reaction that happens under specific circumstances. The shocking implication is that the universe may not care whether consciousness exists at all. For billions of years, stars exploded, galaxies collided, and planets formed without human observers. The universe functioned perfectly well before conscious beings appeared. It may continue functioning long after consciousness disappears. That idea directly attacks one of humanity's favorite assumptions: the belief that we occupy a special place in existence. We naturally see ourselves as important because we experience reality from the center of our own perspective. But from a cosmic scale, consciousness may represent only a tiny flicker in an unimaginably vast story. A brief flash between two infinities, and yet something fascinating happens when people confront this possibility. Instead of feeling smaller, many begin to see consciousness as more extraordinary. Think about the odds. A universe filled mostly with empty space somehow produced stars. Stars produced heavier elements. Those elements formed planets. Those planets created conditions for life. Life evolved for billions of years. Eventually, matter became capable of observing itself. Even if consciousness is accidental, it remains astonishing. In some ways, the accident becomes more remarkable than a planned outcome. A planned universe producing awareness feels expected. A purposeless universe accidentally generating self-aware beings feels almost impossible. You are the result of countless events that did not have to happen. Every ancestor surviving, every mutation occurring, every environmental condition aligning just enough to keep the chain intact. Remove a single link, and your conscious experience vanishes before it ever begins. That realization creates a strange tension. On one hand, consciousness may have no cosmic significance whatsoever. On the other hand, it may be one of the rarest phenomena in existence. A temporary pocket of awareness emerging from an otherwise indifferent universe. And perhaps that is what makes this conclusion so dark. Not that consciousness is meaningless. Not that consciousness is unimportant. But that the universe may never have intended it to exist in the first place. The thoughts moving through your mind right now. The memories that define you. The hopes you carry. The fears you hide. The feeling of being alive at this exact moment. All of it may be the result of an extraordinary accident that emerged from blind physical processes with no destination and no plan. And if that is true, then the greatest mystery is not why the universe created consciousness. The greatest mystery is why a universe that never needed consciousness managed to produce it at all. The argument that free will never existed, right now, it feels like you could stop watching this video. You could close it. Walk away. Open another tab. Check your phone. Do something completely different, and that feeling seems undeniable. You experience yourself as a person making choices every second of every day. You decide what to eat, what to say, who to trust, what dreams to pursue. Your entire life appears to be built on one simple assumption: that you are the author of your decisions. But what if that feeling is an illusion? What if the sense that you are freely choosing your actions is one of the most convincing deceptions ever produced by the human mind? This is where one of philosophy's darkest arguments begins. Because if free will never existed, then the person you think you are may be very different from the person you actually are. Think about the last important decision you made. Maybe it involved a relationship, a career move, a financial risk, a major life change. You probably remember weighing different options, considering consequences, debating possibilities inside your mind. Eventually, you chose one path and rejected the others. It felt like a genuine decision. But now ask yourself something strange. Where did the thoughts behind that decision come from? Did you choose them? Before a thought appears in your mind, do you decide what it will be? Can you predict your next thought before it arrives? Try it. Wait for your next thought. Notice what happens. It simply appears. You witness it after it arrives. You do not seem to consciously manufacture it. This observation has fascinated philosophers and neuroscientists because it points toward a disturbing possibility. The thoughts that drive your choices may emerge automatically from processes outside your conscious control. If that is true, then how much freedom do you actually have? Consider everything that shaped you before this moment. Your genetics, your childhood, your culture, your education, your family, your experiences, your fears, your personality. None of those things were chosen by you. You did not choose your parents. You did not choose the environment that influenced your development. You did not choose the biological wiring of your brain. Yet all of those factors play a massive role in determining how you think and behave. Imagine two people standing at a crossroads. One chooses generosity. The other chooses selfishness. At first glance, it looks like a simple matter of personal choice. But if we could rewind time and recreate every condition exactly as it was, every memory, every influence, every neuron, every life experience, would they choose differently? Many philosophers argue they would not. Given identical causes, the same outcome would occur. Every decision would unfold exactly as it did before. If that is true, then choice begins to look less like freedom and more like the inevitable result of prior conditions, like a row of dominoes falling. Each movement appears independent, but every motion is caused by what came before it. The unsettling implication is that your decisions may be the final link in a chain that started long before you were born, and science has added even more fuel to this debate. In several famous experiments, researchers discovered signs of brain activity associated with decisions before participants became consciously aware of making those decisions. In other words, the brain appeared to begin preparing an action before the person experienced the conscious intention to act. For many people, this finding was shocking. It suggested that consciousness might not be initiating decisions at all. Instead, consciousness may simply become aware of decisions after unconscious processes have already set them in motion. Imagine being the spokesperson for a company who announces decisions after executives have already made them. You appear to be in charge. You deliver the message. But the real decision happened elsewhere. Some philosophers believe consciousness works in a similar way. The feeling of control arrives after deeper processes have already determined the outcome. And if that idea is correct, it changes everything. Think about praise and blame. Think about pride and guilt. Think about reward and punishment. Our entire moral system assumes people freely choose their actions. We celebrate success because we believe individuals earned it. We condemn wrongdoing because we believe people could have acted differently. But if free will is an illusion, those assumptions become much harder to defend. Can someone truly deserve credit for choices that emerged from factors they never chose? Can someone deserve blame for actions produced by a brain they did not design? These questions strike at the foundations of how society understands responsibility. And this is why the idea feels so threatening. Without free will, people fear that life loses meaning. They imagine a world where nobody is responsible for anything, a world where humans become biological machines following predetermined paths, a world where every achievement and every failure was inevitable from the beginning. But even that conclusion creates another paradox, because whether or not free will exists, people still make decisions. You still deliberate. You still plan. You still experience consequences. Life continues unfolding through choices, even if those choices are shaped by forces beyond conscious control. The difference is that the story we tell ourselves may not be accurate. Instead of being completely independent authors of our lives, we may be participants in processes far larger than we realize. Processes involving biology, environment, memory, emotion, and countless invisible influences working beneath awareness. And perhaps that is what makes this argument so unsettling. Not that you are powerless, not that your actions stop mattering, but that the person you imagine sitting at the center of your mind, the independent self directing every choice, may never have existed in the way you think. The feeling of freedom is so immediate and convincing that questioning it feels absurd. Yet the deeper philosophers and scientists examine the machinery behind human behavior, the harder it becomes to identify the place where genuine free will actually enters the picture. And if every thought, desire, intention, and decision can ultimately be traced back to causes beyond your control, then one terrifying possibility remains. You were never steering the ship. You were simply experiencing the journey while believing you held the wheel. If reality is indifferent to human suffering, a child cries out in pain. A family loses everything in a single disaster. Someone spends years fighting an illness they never asked for. Someone else dies on an ordinary day while making ordinary plans for the future. These moments feel wrong, not unfortunate, not inconvenient wrong. Deep down, most people carry an assumption they rarely put into words. They believe suffering should matter to the universe. They believe pain deserves acknowledgement. They believe that somehow, somewhere, reality itself should care when conscious beings suffer. But what if it does not? What if one of the darkest truths about existence is that reality is completely indifferent to human suffering? The moment you seriously consider that possibility, something unsettling begins to happen. Many of the stories we tell ourselves start to crack. Because from the human perspective, suffering feels enormously important. When you are heartbroken, the pain consumes your world. When you lose someone you love, the grief can feel larger than life itself. When fear, anxiety, loneliness, or despair take hold, they become impossible to ignore. To us, suffering feels like one of the most significant things in existence. Yet when we zoom out and look at reality itself, a different picture emerges. The earth keeps spinning, the oceans keep moving. Stars continue burning across distant galaxies. Entire solar systems form and disappear without the slightest awareness of what happens in a single human life. The universe does not pause when someone suffers. It does not slow down. It does not make exceptions. A hurricane does not change course because a family lives in its path. A disease does not spare someone because they are kind. An earthquake does not distinguish between innocent people and guilty people. Nature simply operates. The laws of physics continue functioning exactly as they always have. And that observation leads to one of philosophy's most disturbing questions. If suffering matters so much to us, why does reality seem so unconcerned by it? For most of human history, people answered this question through religion, destiny, or cosmic purpose. Pain had a reason. Tragedy served a larger plan. Suffering was part of a meaningful story that stretched beyond human understanding. Those explanations provided comfort because they transformed pain into something purposeful. Even unbearable suffering became easier to tolerate when people believed it contributed to a greater good. But philosophy eventually began asking a terrifying question. What if there is no larger plan? What if suffering is not part of a grand narrative? What if pain simply happens? Not because it is deserved. Not because it teaches a lesson. Not because it serves a cosmic purpose, but because reality does not care one way or another. At first, this conclusion feels unbearable. People naturally resist it. The human mind searches for meaning almost automatically. When tragedy strikes, we ask why. Why did this happen?
Why me? Why now?
Why them? We desperately look for explanations because random suffering feels deeply unsettling. Psychologists have long observed that people often prefer painful explanations over meaningless ones. A difficult answer can feel more comforting than no answer at all, because uncertainty leaves us face to face with a possibility we do not want to accept. That bad things can happen without purpose. That pain can exist without justification. That suffering may not be woven into any larger story. And nowhere is this more visible than in nature itself. A gazelle is hunted by predators. An animal dies from disease. Entire species disappear through extinction. For hundreds of millions of years, Suffering existed long before humans appeared. Nature was producing pain before there were minds capable of questioning it. No audience watched. No moral lesson emerged. No explanation arrived. Life struggled, survived, and perished within systems that seemed completely indifferent to the experience of suffering itself. This realization creates a profound emotional tension. Because humans are creatures who care. We care about fairness. We care about justice. We care about preventing unnecessary pain. Our empathy makes suffering feel morally significant. Yet the universe appears neither compassionate nor cruel. It simply is. And that distinction matters. Cruelty would imply intention. Cruelty would mean reality wants beings to suffer. But indifference is something different. Indifference means suffering is not considered at all. The universe does not hate you. It does not target you. It does not judge you. It simply does not appear to organize itself around human well-being. For many philosophers, this is even more unsettling than hostility, because hostility at least acknowledges your existence. Indifference does not. Imagine crying out into an endless void and hearing nothing in return. Not rejection, not anger, not punishment, just silence. That silence is what many people encounter when they confront the possibility of an indifferent reality. And yet something surprising emerges from this darkness. If reality does not care about suffering, then the responsibility falls entirely on us. Think about what that means. If the universe will not create justice, humans must create it. If nature will not reduce suffering, humans must reduce it. If existence provides no built-in compassion, then compassion becomes one of humanity's most important achievements. Suddenly, kindness becomes more valuable, not less. Empathy becomes more meaningful, not less. Because every act of care represents something reality itself may never provide automatically. A stranger helping another person. A friend offering support during grief. A doctor easing pain. A parent protecting a child. These actions matter precisely because they are not guaranteed by the universe. They exist because conscious beings choose to create them. And perhaps that is what makes this conclusion so dark. Not that suffering exists. Not even that suffering can be immense. But that reality may never acknowledge it. The tears you cry, the heartbreak you endure, the fears you carry, the losses that change your life forever. The universe may remain completely unchanged by all of it. The stars will continue shining. The planets will continue turning. The laws of nature will continue operating exactly as they always have. And in that vast, indifferent reality, the only beings who may truly care about human suffering are the humans experiencing it. Which means that every ounce of compassion, every act of kindness, and every attempt to reduce suffering may come not from the universe itself, but from fragile conscious minds creating meaning and care in a reality that never promised either. The horror of existing without a purpose. Imagine discovering that your entire life has been a search for an answer that was never there. Not hidden, not lost, not waiting to be found. Simply absent. For most people, purpose feels as real as gravity. It sits quietly beneath everyday life, guiding decisions without ever demanding attention. People work toward goals, build careers, start families, chase dreams, endure suffering, and behind all of it is an assumption so deep that it often goes unnoticed. The assumption that there is a reason for all of this. A reason you are here. A reason life unfolds the way it does. A reason your existence matters. But philosophy has a habit of asking questions that most people spend their lives avoiding. And one of its darkest questions is this: what if there is no purpose? Not a hidden one, not a cosmic one, not even a personal one waiting to be discovered. What if existence itself has no built-in objective whatsoever? At first, this sounds like an abstract philosophical problem. Then it becomes personal, because purpose is not just an idea. Purpose is often the thing that gets people through difficult days. It is what makes sacrifices feel worthwhile. It is what transforms struggle into progress. A student studies because they believe it leads somewhere. An athlete trains because they believe there is a goal worth reaching. A parent works through exhaustion because they believe their efforts matter. Purpose turns pain into investment. Without it, suffering starts to look very different. Imagine climbing a mountain for years. Every blister, every setback, every obstacle feels acceptable because you believe there is something waiting at the top. Now imagine reaching the summit only to discover there was never anything there. Suddenly the journey changes. The same effort remains. The same struggle remains. But the meaning attached to it disappears. This is why the possibility of a purposeless existence feels so unsettling. Because if there is no ultimate destination, people begin wondering why they are climbing at all. Human beings seem almost designed to seek purpose. Psychologists have observed that people naturally organize their lives around goals and narratives. We create stories about who we are and where we are going. We imagine future versions of ourselves. We connect present actions to future outcomes. The mind constantly searches for direction. In many ways, purpose acts like a psychological compass. It helps people navigate uncertainty. It helps them tolerate hardship. It helps them decide what matters. But a compass becomes useless if there is no destination, and that is exactly where some philosophical arguments lead. The universe does not appear to provide instructions. Stars do not reveal your purpose. Physics does not contain a chapter explaining why you exist. The laws of nature describe how reality functions, but they remain silent about why reality exists at all. That silence creates a profound tension. Because humans desperately want answers. We want to know that our lives fit into a larger story. We want reassurance that our struggles contribute to something meaningful. We want evidence that existence is moving toward a destination. Yet the universe offers no obvious confirmation. And the more people confront that silence, the more disturbing it becomes. Think about how often purpose is borrowed rather than examined. People inherit goals from family. They inherit values from culture. They inherit expectations from society. From childhood, they are handed a script. Study hard, be successful, build a life, leave something behind. And for many years, that script provides direction. But eventually some people stop and ask a dangerous question. Why? Why pursue these things? Why should any of them matter? Who decided these goals were important? When that question is followed far enough, many of the answers begin to dissolve. Success matters because humans decided it matters. Status matters because humans decided it matters. Achievement matters because humans decided it matters. The deeper you dig, the harder it becomes to locate an objective source of purpose beneath the layers of human belief. And that realization can feel terrifying. Because without purpose, existence begins to look strangely accidental. You are born without choosing to be born. You enter a world already in motion. You spend decades navigating challenges you never requested. Then eventually your life ends. No cosmic explanation arrives. No universal instruction manual appears. No final revelation is guaranteed. Just existence. For some people, this conclusion feels unbearable. It creates a sense of vertigo, a feeling that nothing has a foundation. If there is no purpose, then every goal becomes questionable. Every ambition becomes uncertain. Every sacrifice becomes harder to justify. The future stops looking like a destination and starts looking like an open void. And yet there is another layer to this horror, because even if purpose does not exist objectively, the desire for purpose remains. Human beings cannot easily turn that desire off. We still want significance. We still want direction. We still want reasons. It is like being thirsty in a desert while realizing there may be no water ahead. The need remains even when certainty disappears. This creates one of the deepest tensions in human existence. A mind that craves purpose living in a reality that may not provide one. A species built to ask why existing within a universe that may never answer. And perhaps that is why this idea has haunted philosophers for centuries. Not because it proves life is meaningless, not because it proves nothing matters, but because it removes the comforting assumption that meaning and purpose were guaranteed from the beginning. If purpose exists, it may not be waiting to be found. It may not be hidden somewhere beyond the stars. It may not be woven into the fabric of reality at all. And if that is true, then every human life is taking place against a backdrop of profound uncertainty. Every dream, every goal, every sacrifice, every hope, all unfolding inside a universe that may never reveal a reason for any of it. The horror is not simply that purpose might be absent. The horror is that after searching through existence for an answer, you may eventually discover that the question itself was always yours, and reality never promised it would have a response. Why personal identity may be an illusion. Think about the person you were 10 years ago, the way you thought, the things you believed, the fears you carried, the dreams you chased. Now compare that person to who you are today. Some things probably feel familiar, but many things have changed. Your opinions may be different. Your priorities may have shifted. The people you care about may not be the same. Even your memories of the past have likely been rewritten and reshaped countless times. Yet, despite all of those changes, you still feel like the same person. You still say I. You still believe there is a continuous self moving through time, a stable identity sitting at the center of your life. But what if that feeling is one of the most convincing illusions ever created by the human mind? What if the person you think you are does not actually exist in the way you imagine? This possibility has disturbed philosophers for centuries because it attacks something most people never question: the assumption that there is a permanent self behind their experiences. After all, it feels obvious. You wake up every morning as you. You remember your past. You recognize your face in the mirror. You carry a name, a history, a personality. Everything about daily life seems to confirm that a single enduring person exists inside your mind. But when philosophers began looking for this self, they encountered a strange problem. They could never find it. Whenever they searched inward, they discovered thoughts, memories, emotions, sensations, desires, fears. But they struggled to find the actual owner of those experiences. Imagine walking into a theater expecting to meet the audience, only to discover individual people sitting in chairs, but no separate entity called the audience. The audience exists as a collection, not as an independent thing. Some philosophers argued that the self may work the same way. What we call a person could simply be a collection of mental events, constantly changing from moment to moment, not a permanent entity, not a fixed identity, just an ongoing process. At first, this sounds impossible. After all, you feel like a single person. But think about how much of you has already changed, Almost every cell in your body has been replaced over time. Your beliefs have evolved. Your memories have faded, shifted, and transformed. Neuroscience has even shown that memories are not perfect recordings. Each time you remember something, the memory can be altered before being stored again. In other words, parts of your past are constantly being rewritten. The story of who you are is less stable than it feels, and yet the sense of self remains. Why? Because the brain appears to be an extraordinary storyteller. Psychologists have found that the mind naturally organizes experiences into coherent narratives. It takes countless thoughts, emotions, and events and weaves them into a single story. That story becomes your identity. The problem is that stories are not necessarily the same thing as reality. Imagine watching a movie. The film appears smooth and continuous, but in reality, it is made from individual frames, flashing rapidly one after another. The continuity is partly an illusion created by perception. Some philosophers believe the self may operate similarly. What feels like a single enduring person may actually be a series of constantly changing mental states stitched together by the brain's storytelling machinery. The continuity feels real because the narrative is convincing, but the stable self at the center may never actually exist. This idea becomes even stranger when we look at how little control people have over their own minds. Thoughts appear without permission. Emotions emerge automatically. Desires arise on their own. You do not consciously choose what suddenly makes you anxious. You do not decide which random memory appears in your mind. You do not sit in a control room directing every mental process. Much of what you call yourself happens automatically. And if thoughts, feelings, and impulses emerge without your control, then who exactly is the self supposedly controlling them? The deeper philosophers investigate, the harder that question becomes to answer. Imagine peeling an onion. You remove one layer after another expecting to find the core, but eventually you discover there is no solid center waiting underneath. Only more layers. Some thinkers have argued that personal identity may be similar. Every time you search for the true self, you find another thought, another memory, another experience, but never the permanent owner behind them. And this leads to one of the most unsettling consequences of all. If the self is an illusion, then who are you? The person you were as a child is gone. The person you will become in 20 years does not yet exist. Even the version of you reading these words is changing from moment to moment. Cells are dying. New connections are forming in the brain. Memories are being updated. Your identity is constantly moving. Yet your mind creates the impression of stability, like a flame appearing steady despite being made from constantly changing particles. The flame exists, but it is not the fixed object it appears to be. Perhaps the self works the same way, not an enduring thing, a process, a pattern, a temporary arrangement of experiences unfolding through time. For many people, this idea feels deeply unsettling because identity provides psychological security. People want to know who they are. They want a stable foundation, a permanent center, something solid beneath the chaos of life. But if personal identity is largely a construction of the mind, then that foundation becomes far less certain. The person you defend, the person you describe to others, the person you imagine yourself to be, may be more like a story than a thing, a useful story, a powerful story, but a story nonetheless. And perhaps that is what makes this conclusion so disturbing. Not that you do not exist. Clearly something is experiencing this moment. Clearly thoughts and emotions are occurring. The horror lies somewhere else. The horror is that the permanent self you have trusted your entire life may be impossible to locate. Beneath your memories, beneath your beliefs, beneath your personality, beneath every label you use to describe yourself, there may be no fixed identity waiting to be found. Only an ever-changing stream of experiences creating the impression of a person who was there all along. And if that is true, then the individual you call yourself may be less like an enduring soul moving through time and more like a story continuously being written, revised, and rewritten by a mind that desperately wants to believe there is an author behind the page. The case for life being worse than non-existence. Most people never ask this question, not because it is difficult, because it feels dangerous. The kind of question that instantly triggers resistance before the mind has even had time to examine it. But philosophy has a habit of walking directly into uncomfortable territory, and few ideas are more unsettling than this one. What if coming into existence is not actually a benefit? What if life, despite all its beauty, achievements, pleasures, and experiences, is ultimately worse than never existing at all? At first, that conclusion sounds absurd. After all, if you are alive, it seems obvious that existence must be preferable. Most people naturally cling to life. They protect it, fight for it, build entire civilizations around preserving and improving it. Life feels valuable because we experience it from the inside. We laugh, we love, we discover things, we create memories, we form relationships. And because these experiences can be deeply meaningful, it is easy to assume that existence itself must be a gift. But some philosophers have argued that this assumption deserves much closer examination, because when people evaluate life, they rarely do so objectively. They evaluate it from a position that already favors existence. Think about it. Every person who has an opinion about life is already alive. Every judgment is being made by a mind that has powerful biological incentives to continue existing. Evolution has wired human beings to survive, to reproduce, to avoid death, to protect themselves. If a species believed life was not worth continuing, it would eventually disappear, which means the very fact that we instinctively value existence may tell us more about survival mechanisms than about whether existence is genuinely desirable. That realization opens the door to a deeply uncomfortable possibility. Perhaps humans are biased in favor of life. Perhaps we are not neutral judges at all. And once that possibility enters the conversation, another question emerges. How much suffering is required before existence becomes a bad deal? Look honestly at the structure of human life. Pain arrives automatically. Hunger appears on its own. Fear emerges without permission. Loss is unavoidable. Aging is inevitable. Illness eventually reaches most people. Death waits at the end of every story. Even the happiest lives contain anxiety, disappointment, grief, loneliness, frustration, and uncertainty. Pleasure exists, but it often behaves differently than suffering. Notice what happens when you achieve something you desperately wanted. Maybe a relationship, a major accomplishment. The satisfaction feels powerful for a while. Then something strange happens. You adapt. The achievement becomes normal. The excitement fades, and a new desire takes its place. Psychologists call this hedonic adaptation. Human beings have a remarkable tendency to return to a baseline level of satisfaction after positive events. The mind quickly adjusts. What once felt extraordinary becomes ordinary. This creates an interesting imbalance. Pleasures often fade, but suffering leaves deeper marks. A single painful experience can haunt someone for decades. A traumatic event can reshape an entire life. Losses often linger longer than victories. The negative seems to carry more psychological weight than the positive. Some philosophers saw this asymmetry and arrived at a disturbing conclusion. Life may contain enough suffering to outweigh its benefits. Not for every individual moment, but when viewed as a whole. This argument becomes even darker when we consider nonexistence. Most people instinctively imagine nonexistence as a deprivation, as though someone who never exists misses out on all the pleasures life can provide. But think carefully about that. For something to miss pleasure, it must first exist. A person who never comes into existence cannot feel deprived. They cannot experience disappointment. They cannot regret missing opportunities. They cannot suffer. There is nobody there to experience the absence. And this is where the argument becomes particularly unsettling. If someone exists, they will inevitably encounter pain. If someone never exists, they will never encounter pain. The absence of suffering seems like a good thing. Yet the absence of pleasure does not appear bad when there is nobody present to miss it. This reasoning led some philosophers to argue that nonexistence avoids life's harms without creating a victim who suffers from missing its benefits. Whether one agrees with that conclusion or not, it forces a profound reevaluation of assumptions that most people never question. Because society constantly celebrates existence. Births are celebrated. New lives are welcomed. The continuation of humanity is treated as an unquestioned good. Rarely do people stop to ask whether bringing someone into existence also guarantees exposure to every pain life contains. Every heartbreak, every illness, every fear, every loss, every moment of despair. No parent can promise a child safety from suffering. No amount of love can remove mortality. No success can eliminate vulnerability. To exist is to become exposed to harm. And there is no exception. The richest person alive cannot escape grief. The most successful person cannot escape aging. The happiest person cannot escape death. Existence always comes attached to risk. Always. And perhaps what makes this argument so disturbing is not that it condemns life. It is that it refuses to romanticize it. Human beings are experts at finding meaning in suffering. We tell stories about growth, about resilience, about lessons learned through hardship, and many of those stories contain truth. People do grow. People do overcome incredible obstacles. People do find beauty even in difficult circumstances. But the argument asks a question that remains stubbornly difficult to answer. Would those hardships have been preferable to never experiencing them at all? Would every fear, every loss, every tragedy, every moment of anguish be justified simply because moments of happiness also occurred? Or are we evaluating existence through the lens of minds that were biologically designed to defend it? Perhaps the darkest part of this philosophy is that it does not rely on hatred of life. It does not require despair. It does not claim that life contains no beauty. In fact, it fully acknowledges love, joy, achievement, wonder, and connection. Its challenge lies elsewhere. The challenge is whether those things truly compensate for everything existence inevitably demands in return. And once that question settles into the mind, it becomes difficult to ignore. Because every life, no matter how fortunate, carries a cost. Every conscious being eventually pays it. Through pain, through loss, through mortality, through the countless forms of suffering woven into existence itself. And if there is no way to experience those harms without first being brought into existence, then one unsettling possibility remains. The greatest gift may not be a life filled with happiness, The greatest gift may be never needing protection from suffering in the first place. The unavoidable loneliness of conscious experience. To you have never shared a single moment of your life with another person. It does not feel that way, of course. You have sat beside friends for hours, held conversations that lasted all night, fallen in love, shared secrets, laughed with people until you could barely breathe, cried in front of those closest to you. From the outside, human life appears deeply connected. But there is a strange fact hiding beneath every interaction you have ever had. No one has ever experienced your reality exactly as you do. Not once. And no matter how close another person becomes, they never will. At first, this sounds obvious. Of course, people have different perspectives. Of course, everyone sees the world differently. But the deeper you think about it, the darker it becomes. Because consciousness is not just something you have. It is the only thing you will ever directly know. Everything you experience exists inside your awareness. Every sight, every sound, every memory, every emotion, every fear, every hope. Everything you call reality arrives through the private window of your own conscious experience. And that window can never be opened for anyone else. Imagine trying to explain the color red to someone who has never seen it. You could describe it, compare it to other colors, talk about how it makes you feel. But no matter how perfect your explanation becomes, the actual experience remains trapped inside your mind. The same is true for every part of your inner world. You can tell someone you are heartbroken. You can describe your grief in incredible detail. You can spend hours explaining what you feel. But another person never experiences your heartbreak itself. They only experience your description of it. The real feeling remains inaccessible, locked inside your consciousness. This creates a barrier that exists between every human being who has ever lived. A barrier that can never be completely crossed. People often assume communication solves this problem. Language allows us to share thoughts, ideas, and emotions. And in many ways it does. Language is one of humanity's greatest achievements, but it is also limited. Words are translations, not transfers. When you describe an experience, you are converting something personal and immediate into symbols another person must interpret through their own mind. By the time your experience reaches them, it has already changed. Imagine standing in front of a breathtaking sunset. You feel awe, wonder, a sense of beauty that seems impossible to capture. Now imagine trying to send that exact experience directly into someone else's consciousness. Not a description, not a photograph, the experience itself. You cannot do it. Nobody can. The moment remains entirely yours. And this limitation applies to every conscious experience you will ever have. The taste of your favorite food, the memory of your childhood, the feeling of falling in love, the anxiety that keeps you awake at night. All of it exists inside a private world nobody else can enter. Philosophers have wrestled with this problem for centuries. One of the most unsettling aspects of consciousness is that it appears fundamentally isolated. You can observe another person's behavior. You can listen to their words. You can study their brain activity, but you can never directly access their subjective experience. In fact, you cannot even prove with absolute certainty that anyone experiences reality the same way you do. You assume they do. The evidence strongly suggests they do. But you never directly witness another person's consciousness. You only infer its existence. Think about how strange that is. Every person you have ever met possesses an inner world as vivid and complex as your own. An entire universe of thoughts, memories, fears, dreams, and emotions. Yet you will never experience any of it firsthand. You will spend your entire life surrounded by minds you can never truly enter, and they will spend their lives unable to enter yours. This realization becomes even more unsettling when we consider relationships. People often seek connection as a way of overcoming loneliness. They search for someone who understands them completely, someone who sees them fully, someone who knows exactly what they are feeling. But can that ever actually happen? Certainly, people can understand each other deeply. They can empathize, support one another, build extraordinary bonds. Yet even the closest relationship contains an invisible distance. No matter how much another person loves you, they remain outside your consciousness. No matter how much you love them, you remain outside theirs. The gap narrows, but it never disappears. There is always one final step that cannot be taken, one boundary that cannot be crossed. And perhaps that is why people sometimes feel lonely even when surrounded by others. Not because they lack companionship, not because they are unloved, but because part of them recognizes a truth that is impossible to escape. Their inner experience belongs to them alone. Psychologists have observed that people often struggle with the feeling of being misunderstood. Even after explaining themselves repeatedly, they still sense that others do not fully grasp what they are experiencing. Part of that frustration may arise from the simple fact that complete understanding is impossible, not because people are unwilling to understand, because consciousness itself creates limits. There will always be aspects of your experience that remain beyond communication, beyond explanation, beyond sharing. And perhaps the most haunting part is that this isolation lasts forever. From your first conscious memory until your final moment of awareness, you inhabit a perspective that no one else can occupy. You will witness every triumph through it, every heartbreak, every joy, every fear, every question. Every moment of existence unfolds inside a consciousness that remains uniquely and permanently your own. The world may be filled with billions of people. You may be loved deeply. You may form connections that transform your life. Yet there remains a sense in which you travel through reality alone. Not physically, not emotionally, but experientially. Because consciousness does not merge. It does not become collective. It remains private, a solitary point of awareness moving through existence. And that may be one of philosophy's darkest conclusions. Not that human connection is meaningless, not that relationships are illusions, but that beneath every conversation, every friendship, every romance, and every act of understanding lies an invisible barrier that can never be fully removed. No matter how close two people become, each remains trapped inside a conscious experience that only they can ever truly know. And in the deepest sense imaginable, every human being spends their entire life standing at the center of a world that nobody else can ever completely enter. The idea that morality has no objective foundation. Imagine discovering that one of the most important things human beings have ever believed might rest on nothing solid at all. Not science, not religion, not politics. Morality, the invisible system that tells us what is right and what is wrong. The thing people appeal to when they condemn cruelty, praise kindness, defend justice, or argue that certain actions should never be tolerated. Most people rarely question morality itself. They question specific moral rules, but they assume there is some deeper foundation underneath, some objective standard, some ultimate truth that separates good from evil. It feels obvious. Murder is wrong, compassion is good, justice matters. Human suffering should be reduced. These beliefs seem so self-evident that many people never stop to ask a disturbing question. What if morality is not discovered? What if it is invented? What if there is no objective foundation beneath any of it? At first, this sounds impossible. After all, moral convictions often feel stronger than ordinary opinions. Someone might disagree about music, food, or fashion without much concern. But moral disagreements feel different. People argue about them passionately. They are willing to sacrifice for them. Sometimes they are even willing to die for them. That emotional intensity creates the impression that morality must be connected to something deeper than personal preference. But philosophy has spent centuries searching for that foundation, and the search has produced an unsettling problem. No matter where philosophers look, the objective source of morality remains difficult to find. Consider the universe itself. Stars do not contain moral rules. Galaxies do not distinguish between justice and injustice. Physics can describe how objects move, how matter behaves, and how energy flows. But nowhere in the laws of nature do we find instructions about what people ought to do. Nature explains what is. Morality seems to concern what should be. And those are not the same thing. A volcano destroys a village. An earthquake kills thousands. A disease spreads through a population. These events may be tragic, but nature itself does not appear concerned with fairness. It simply operates according to physical processes. The universe provides facts. It does not appear to provide moral judgments. This realization led some philosophers toward a deeply uncomfortable conclusion. Perhaps morality does not exist independently of human beings. Perhaps right and wrong are not built into reality itself. Perhaps they emerge from human minds. Think about money. A piece of paper only has value because people collectively agree that it does. Without that agreement, it becomes ordinary paper. Its power comes from shared belief. Some philosophers argue morality may function in a similar way. Acts become right or wrong because human beings collectively create systems of value, not because the universe itself declares them so. This idea becomes even more unsettling when we examine history. Throughout different cultures and different eras, moral beliefs have varied dramatically. Practices once considered acceptable are now condemned. Behaviors once condemned are now accepted. Entire societies have disagreed about fundamental moral questions. If objective morality exists, why has humanity struggled so much to identify it? Why do moral standards change over time? Why do intelligent and sincere people often reach completely different conclusions about what is right? These questions do not automatically disprove objective morality, but they make the search for it far more complicated. And then there is an even darker possibility. What if moral feelings themselves are products of evolution? Think about empathy, guilt, compassion, outrage. These emotions help human groups cooperate. They encourage trust, discourage harmful behavior, strengthen social bonds. From an evolutionary perspective, such traits can improve a group's chances of survival. But if moral instincts evolved because they helped our ancestors survive, that raises an uncomfortable question. Do they reveal objective moral truths, or are they simply useful adaptations? Imagine a species evolving under completely different conditions. Its moral instincts might look nothing like ours. Things humans consider sacred might seem irrelevant to them. Things humans consider wrong might seem normal. Would either perspective be objectively correct, or would both simply reflect different evolutionary histories? The deeper philosophers explore these questions, the more difficult it becomes to locate an unquestionable foundation beneath morality. And that possibility terrifies many people. Because if morality lacks objective grounding, then what prevents everything from becoming arbitrary? What stops people from justifying anything they want? What protects concepts like justice, human rights, and dignity? These concerns are understandable. After all, many people fear that without objective morality, society would collapse into chaos. But reality is more complicated. Even if morality lacks a cosmic foundation, humans still care deeply about suffering, fairness, cooperation, and well-being. People still form moral systems. Communities still create laws. Individuals still experience empathy and compassion. The absence of objective grounding does not automatically eliminate moral behavior. What it removes is certainty, and that is where the real discomfort begins. Because certainty is comforting. It allows people to believe their values are guaranteed by something larger than themselves. It allows them to see moral disagreements as simple cases of truth versus error. But if morality is ultimately a human creation, then moral responsibility becomes heavier, not lighter. There is no cosmic authority ensuring justice, no universal rulebook hidden within the fabric of reality, no final source that settles every debate. Human beings must navigate these questions themselves. They must decide what values to defend, what principles to uphold, what kind of world they want to build. And perhaps that is what makes this philosophical conclusion so dark. Not that morality disappears, not that kindness becomes meaningless, not that cruelty suddenly becomes acceptable. The darkness lies in the possibility that the moral framework guiding human civilization may not rest on objective truths woven into the universe. It may rest on fragile agreements, shared values, emotional instincts, and collective decisions created by conscious beings trying to coexist. The concepts that shape laws, relationships, cultures, and entire societies may not be reflections of eternal moral facts. They may be human constructions standing against the silence of an indifferent universe. And if that is true, then every idea of right and wrong that humanity has ever defended exists, not because reality itself demanded it, but because human beings chose to create meaning, order, and value in a world that may never have provided them in the first place. Why death might erase everything that matters. Picture the most important moment of your life. Maybe it has already happened. Maybe it is still waiting somewhere in your future. The day you fall in love. The achievement you spend years working toward. The birth of a child. A lifelong dream finally becoming reality. Now imagine something unsettling. One day, every memory of that moment will disappear, not fade, not weaken. Disappear completely. And if death truly ends consciousness, there may come a point when it is as though that experience never happened at all. This is where one of philosophy's darkest conclusions begins. Not with the fear of dying. Most people already fear that. But with a deeper and more disturbing possibility, that death might erase everything that ever mattered to you. Human beings spend their lives building significance. We create goals. We form relationships. We accumulate memories. We struggle, sacrifice, and endure because we believe certain things matter. Some people dedicate decades to mastering a skill. Others devote themselves to family. Some pursue knowledge. Some chase success. Some seek happiness. The details vary, but the underlying assumption remains remarkably similar. What we do has value because it becomes part of our lives. Our experiences feel meaningful because we carry them with us. They become pieces of who we are. But death introduces a devastating question. What happens to meaning when the person experiencing it no longer exists? At first, Many people resist the question. They focus on legacy, the impact they leave behind, the memories others will carry, the changes they make in the world. And those things certainly matter in a practical sense. A person can influence future generations long after they are gone. Ideas can survive. Achievements can survive. Stories can survive. But notice something important. Those things survive for other people, not necessarily for the person who died. Imagine writing a book that changes millions of lives. Imagine becoming one of the most influential individuals in history. Imagine leaving behind a legacy that lasts for centuries. Then imagine that death is the complete end of consciousness. No awareness, no observation, no experience, no continuation of any kind. Would that legacy matter to you after death? Could it? There would be nobody left to experience it. Nobody left to know it happened. Nobody left to appreciate it. This is the uncomfortable tension at the center of the argument. Many of the things we call meaningful depend on conscious experience. Love matters because it is experienced. Joy matters because it is experienced. Achievement matters because it is experienced. Even suffering matters because it is experienced. Meaning appears connected to awareness. Remove awareness completely, and something strange happens. The entire framework begins to wobble. Think about your favorite memory, a moment you would never want to lose. Maybe a conversation with someone you loved. Maybe a victory you worked years to achieve. Maybe a perfect day that still makes you smile. Right now, that memory exists because your mind carries it. It remains alive within consciousness. But if consciousness ends permanently, so does the memory. Not just the ability to access it. The memory itself. Gone. The experience no longer exists anywhere for you. And this creates a terrifying possibility. Everything that matters to you may only matter while you are here to experience it. Once the experiencer disappears, the meaning may disappear as well. Some philosophers compared this to a library being burned to the ground. Imagine a collection containing every story ever written, every poem, every discovery, every idea, every piece of wisdom. Then imagine it all vanishing instantly. That loss would feel enormous. Now consider that your consciousness contains something equally unique. Your experiences, your perspective, your memories, your relationships. An entire inner world that has never existed before and will never exist again. If death ends consciousness, that world disappears completely. Not transferred, not stored, not preserved, erased. And unlike material objects, it may leave no trace of its existence from your perspective. This becomes even darker when we think about time itself. Human beings often comfort themselves by focusing on the present. They remind themselves that meaningful experiences are valuable because they happened. But philosophy raises another uncomfortable question. If every experience eventually disappears forever, what exactly remains of its value? Imagine a beautiful sandcastle built on a beach. For a few hours it exists. People admire it. Photographs are taken. Memories are formed. Then the tide arrives and washes it away. Was the sandcastle meaningful? Most people would say yes. Yet part of us still feels uneasy, because we instinctively associate meaning with permanence. We want important things to last. We want value to endure. Death challenges that desire more brutally than anything else. It does not merely take away future experiences. It threatens the significance of everything that came before. Every goal eventually reaches the same endpoint. Every relationship, every dream, every accomplishment, every memory, the same silence, the same absence, the same finality. And perhaps that is why death occupies such a unique place in philosophy. It is not simply an event. It is a force that seems capable of swallowing entire lifetimes, reducing decades of experiences to something that may ultimately leave no conscious trace behind. For many people, this realization feels unbearable, because it appears to transform life's greatest treasures into temporary flashes, moments that shine brightly before disappearing forever. But maybe that is what makes this idea so haunting. Not that death ends life. Everyone already knows that. The darker possibility is that death may also erase the very things that gave life its meaning. The people you loved, the memories you cherished, the struggles you overcame, the dreams you pursued, the identity you spent a lifetime building. All of it may depend entirely on the continued existence of the consciousness experiencing it. And if that consciousness vanishes completely, then everything that mattered to you may vanish with it, leaving behind a universe that continues moving forward exactly as before. The stars still burning, the planets still turning, the passage of time continuing endlessly, while the entire world that once existed inside your mind disappears so completely that, from your perspective, it is as if it had never existed at all. The absurdity of seeking permanent happiness. Almost every human life is organized around a promise that never seems to arrive. People rarely say it out loud, but it quietly drives countless decisions. Work harder, and you will finally be happy. Earn more money, and you will finally be happy. Find the right relationship, and you will finally be happy. Reach the next milestone, buy the next thing, achieve the next goal, and then happiness will stop slipping away. Then life can begin. Then everything will feel complete. Then the search will be over. But what if that moment never comes? What if the very idea of permanent happiness is impossible from the start? Not difficult. Not unlikely. Impossible. This is where one of philosophy's strangest and darkest conclusions begins, because most people spend their lives chasing happiness as though it is a destination, a place they can eventually arrive and remain. They imagine a future version of themselves who has solved the problem of dissatisfaction forever, a version that no longer feels restless, no longer feels anxious, no longer feels incomplete. But reality has a habit of disrupting that fantasy. Think back to something you once desperately wanted. Maybe it was a new job, a relationship, a major achievement, a financial goal. At the time, it felt incredibly important. You imagined how different life would be once you finally had it. You pictured the relief, the satisfaction, the happiness. Then eventually you got it. And for a while, it felt exactly as you expected, exciting, rewarding, meaningful. But then something happened. The feeling faded. What once seemed extraordinary became normal. The new reality became your baseline, and before long, your attention shifted toward something else. Another goal, another desire, another version of happiness waiting somewhere in the future. This pattern is so common that psychologists have spent decades studying it. Human beings possess an extraordinary ability to adapt. Good fortune becomes ordinary. Achievements become familiar. Luxuries become expectations. The mind constantly adjusts to new circumstances. As a result, happiness rarely remains fixed for long. It rises, falls, returns, disappears, then returns again, like weather passing through consciousness. Yet, despite experiencing this cycle repeatedly, people continue believing the next achievement will finally create lasting fulfillment. The next relationship, the next success, the next purchase, the next chapter. The hope survives even when the evidence keeps suggesting otherwise. And that creates a fascinating contradiction. People spend their lives pursuing a permanent emotional state that human psychology may not even be designed to sustain. Imagine eating your favorite meal every day. At first, it would be enjoyable. Then gradually the excitement would fade. The extraordinary would become ordinary. The pleasure would diminish. Not because the meal changed, because you adapted to it. Now extend that principle to almost every source of happiness. The human mind seems built for adjustment rather than permanent satisfaction. What once made you happy eventually becomes normal. Then new desires emerge. The cycle begins again. This realization led some philosophers to a deeply unsettling observation. Perhaps happiness is not something humans are meant to possess permanently. Perhaps it is something they are meant to pursue endlessly. Like a horizon that appears reachable from a distance but moves farther away every time you approach it. And if that is true, then much of human life begins to look strangely absurd. People sacrifice years chasing goals that often lose their emotional power shortly after being achieved. They postpone contentment until some future condition is met. They organize entire lives around the expectation of eventual fulfillment. Yet fulfillment itself remains temporary. No matter how many times the pattern repeats, the promise continues. Just one more step, just one more achievement, just one more success. Then happiness will stay. But it never does. The philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer saw something particularly dark in this cycle. He argued that human beings constantly swing between desire and dissatisfaction. When we lack something, we suffer because we want it. When we obtain it, the desire disappears, often leaving boredom in its place. Then a new desire emerges. The process repeats endlessly. According to this view, the problem is not simply that happiness fades. The problem is that the structure of human desire itself prevents lasting satisfaction. The mind always finds another target, another problem, another ambition, another source of incompleteness. Even people who seem to have everything often discover this truth. Fame does not eliminate insecurity. Wealth does not eliminate anxiety. Success does not eliminate dissatisfaction. The external circumstances change. The restless mind remains, and perhaps this is why so many people feel strangely empty after achieving goals they once believed would transform their lives. They expected arrival. Instead, they found continuation. The race did not end. The finish line simply moved. Yet there is another layer to this absurdity. Because permanent happiness may not even be desirable, imagine feeling the exact same level of happiness every second for the rest of your life. No sadness, no frustration, no disappointment, no emotional variation whatsoever. At first, it sounds perfect, but after thinking about it, something feels off. Human experiences gain much of their meaning through contrast. Relief matters because stress exists. Joy matters because sorrow exists. Excitement matters because ordinary moments exist. Without contrast, emotions lose definition. Permanent happiness might eventually become indistinguishable from emotional numbness, a state so constant that it ceases to feel special at all. Which means the very thing people chase may undermine itself if fully achieved. And perhaps that is what makes this philosophical conclusion so unsettling. Not that happiness is impossible. Clearly people experience happiness every day. The darkness lies elsewhere. The darkness lies in the possibility that lasting happiness was never available to begin with. That the human mind is structured in a way that continuously generates new desires, new expectations, and new forms of dissatisfaction. That every promise of permanent fulfillment may be built upon a misunderstanding of how consciousness actually works. And if that is true, then countless people are spending their lives pursuing an emotional destination that cannot exist, always reaching, always hoping, always believing the next achievement will finally bring lasting peace, while happiness itself remains what it may have always been, a temporary visitor, briefly illuminating the landscape of life before disappearing once again, leaving the search to begin all over. The possibility that progress is meaningless. Human beings are obsessed with moving forward. From the moment we are born, we are taught that progress is one of the most important things in life. Learn more, earn more, build more, improve yourself, improve society, improve the future. Everything points in the same direction, forward. The assumption feels so natural that most people never stop to question it. Progress sounds unquestionably good. It sounds hopeful. It sounds necessary. It sounds like the antidote to chaos and suffering. But philosophy asks a deeply uncomfortable question. What if progress is only meaningful because humans decided it is? What if the universe itself makes no distinction between moving forward and standing still? Imagine looking at human history from a distance of 1,000,000 years. Empires rise and collapse. Languages appear and disappear. Technologies transform entire civilizations. Nations are born. Nations vanish. Generations spend their lives struggling to build a better future. Then eventually they are gone. From our perspective, these events feel enormously significant. But from a cosmic perspective, something strange happens. The scale changes. The things that once seemed monumental begin to look temporary. A civilization lasting 1,000 years becomes a brief moment. A technological revolution becomes a flicker. An entire species becomes a small chapter in an unimaginably larger story. And that creates an unsettling possibility. Maybe progress only matters from the human point of view. Maybe reality itself remains completely indifferent to whether humanity advances or disappears. Think about the universe before human beings existed. For billions of years, stars formed and exploded, galaxies collided, planets emerged. Life had not yet appeared. No one was building civilizations. No one was making discoveries. No one was creating art or writing history. Yet the universe continued without interruption. Now imagine humanity disappearing tomorrow. As disturbing as that thought is, the stars would continue burning. The planets would continue orbiting. Galaxies would continue drifting through space. The laws of physics would remain unchanged. Reality would not stop to acknowledge what had been lost. This observation led some philosophers to a troubling conclusion. Progress may not be an objective feature of existence. It may be a story humans tell themselves, a framework we create to organize events into a meaningful direction. Because notice how difficult it is to define progress itself. Progress toward what? More technology, more happiness, more knowledge, more freedom? Different people answer differently. One generation celebrates changes that another generation condemns. One culture views something as advancement while another sees decline. The concept of progress always seems to depend on values that humans bring to the discussion. Without those values, the word itself becomes difficult to define. Imagine a river flowing downhill. Is the river making progress? Most people would say no, it is simply moving according to natural forces. Now imagine humanity. People invent tools, build cities, develop medicine, create computers, explore space. We call this progress. But why? Because we have attached value to those outcomes. The universe itself does not appear to label them as improvements. It simply allows them to happen. And this becomes even stranger when we look at the long arc of human history. For thousands of years, Civilizations have pursued advancement, yet many of the problems that haunted ancient people remain with us today. Fear, loneliness, conflict, loss, mortality. Technology has transformed the external world, but the fundamental structure of human existence remains remarkably similar. People still experience heartbreak, still fear death, still struggle with uncertainty, still search for meaning. A person living thousands of years ago and a person living today may inhabit very different societies, but many of their deepest emotional experiences would be instantly recognizable to each other. This raises a difficult question. If the core challenges of existence remain, how much progress have we actually made? Certainly, life has improved in countless practical ways. Medicine saves lives, knowledge expands possibilities, technology solves real problems. The argument is not that progress produces no benefits. The argument is something darker. What if those benefits ultimately change less than we imagine? What if humanity is running faster on a treadmill rather than moving toward a destination? Think about every major breakthrough in history. Almost every solution creates new problems. Agriculture allowed civilizations to flourish, but it also introduced new forms of inequality and conflict. Industrialization increased prosperity, but it brought environmental consequences. Digital technology connected billions of people, but it also created new forms of anxiety, distraction, and isolation. Every advance seems to carry a shadow. Every improvement introduces fresh complications. The finish line never arrives. The problems simply evolve. And perhaps that is because progress itself may not have an endpoint. Human beings often imagine history as a journey towards something better. But what if there is no final state waiting ahead? No ultimate achievement? No perfect society? No moment when humanity can finally declare the project complete? If that is true, then progress becomes an endless process without a final justification. A race whose purpose is to continue running, and that realization can feel deeply unsettling. Because people derive meaning from the belief that their efforts contribute to something larger. Scientists make discoveries. Engineers build technologies. Activists fight for change. Parents sacrifice for future generations. All of these actions are often connected to the idea that humanity is moving somewhere worthwhile. But if progress has no objective destination, then that confidence becomes harder to sustain. The future ceases to look like a goal and begins to look like an open horizon that retreats forever. No matter how far humanity advances, there is always another challenge, another crisis, another problem demanding attention. The journey continues without revealing its final purpose, and perhaps that is what makes this conclusion so dark. Not that progress is impossible. Clearly change occurs. Clearly knowledge grows. Clearly societies evolve. The darkness lies in the possibility that progress may not be moving toward anything at all. That humanity's greatest achievements may ultimately be chapters in a story without a destination. That the idea of moving forward may be meaningful only because conscious beings choose to see it that way. And if that is true, then every invention, every revolution, every breakthrough, and every dream of a better future exists against a silent backdrop that never confirms whether any of it matters. A universe that watches civilizations rise, transform, and disappear without ever revealing whether forward was different from any other direction. Why human reason cannot reach ultimate truth. There is a question hiding behind every question you have ever asked. A question so fundamental that most people never think about it, not because it is unimportant, because it is terrifying. How do you know that what you believe is actually true? At first, the answer seems obvious. You use reason. You examine evidence. You think carefully. You compare ideas. You draw conclusions. That is how human beings have made sense of the world for thousands of years. Reason built science. Reason built mathematics. Reason helped humanity understand the stars, cure diseases, and uncover countless mysteries about reality. It is one of the most powerful tools our species has ever developed. And yet, some philosophers arrived at a deeply unsettling conclusion. Reason may never be capable of reaching ultimate truth. Not because people are lazy. Not because they refuse to think carefully, but because human reason itself may have limits that cannot be escaped. Imagine trying to see the entire Earth while standing on its surface. No matter where you go, your perspective remains constrained by where you stand. You can learn more. You can climb higher. You can gather information. But you never completely escape your position. Some philosophers argue that reason faces a similar problem. Every conclusion you reach is filtered through the human mind. Every belief is processed by a brain that evolved under specific conditions. Every attempt to understand reality is limited by the tools available to the thinker. And those tools may never be capable of revealing reality exactly as it is. Think about your senses. Everything you know about the external world begins with information entering your awareness. Sight, sound, touch, taste, smell. But your senses do not provide direct access to reality. They provide interpretations. The colors you see are not colors floating through space. They are experiences created by your brain in response to certain wavelengths of light. The sounds you hear are interpretations of vibrations. The world you experience is already being filtered and reconstructed before it reaches conscious awareness. And reason must work with those filtered experiences. It never escapes them. This becomes even stranger when we examine the foundations of knowledge itself. Suppose someone asks why you believe a particular statement is true. You provide evidence. Then they ask why that evidence should be trusted. You provide another reason. Then they ask why that reason should be trusted. Eventually something strange happens. The chain cannot continue forever. At some point, every system of reasoning seems forced to rest on assumptions that cannot themselves be fully proven. Assumptions about logic. Assumptions about reality. Assumptions about the reliability of thought itself. It is like constructing a skyscraper only to discover that every possible foundation rests on something that cannot be completely justified. The deeper you dig, the harder it becomes to find bedrock. Philosophers have wrestled with this problem for centuries. How do you prove reason using reason? How do you verify logic without already relying on logic? How do you step outside your own mind to confirm that your mind accurately represents reality? The questions seem simple at first. Then they become nearly impossible to answer. And perhaps the most unsettling part is that reason appears incapable of escaping itself. Imagine a ruler trying to measure its own length without reference to anything else. No matter what it does, it remains trapped within the very system it is attempting to evaluate. Human reason faces a similar dilemma. Every attempt to validate thought occurs through thought. Every attempt to evaluate reason relies upon reason. There is no obvious way to step outside the system and inspect it from a neutral position. This creates a profound limitation, because ultimate truth would require access to reality exactly as it is, not reality as humans perceive it, not reality filtered through language, not reality reconstructed by brains, reality itself. But every pathway toward that goal appears to pass through human cognition. And human cognition is not a transparent window. It is an interpretive process, a biological mechanism shaped by evolution. This observation becomes even more disturbing when we consider why reason evolved in the first place. Evolution does not reward truth. It rewards survival. A belief does not need to be perfectly accurate to help an organism survive. It only needs to be useful enough. The brain evolved to navigate the environment, avoid danger, find resources, and reproduce. Its primary function was not to reveal ultimate reality. Its primary function was to keep ancestors alive long enough to pass on their genes. That does not mean reason is useless. Clearly it works remarkably well. Airplanes fly, medicine saves lives, technology functions. Reason can uncover extraordinary truths about the world. The problem is that practical success does not automatically guarantee access to ultimate truth. A map can help someone navigate a city without perfectly representing every detail of the territory. Likewise, reason may provide useful models of reality without ever revealing reality in its final form. And then there is the problem of perspective. Every human being exists inside a particular culture, a particular language, a particular historical moment. The concepts available to you shape what you can think about. The words available to you shape what you can express. Even the questions you ask are influenced by assumptions you may never notice. This means that every attempt to understand existence begins from within a framework that was not entirely chosen. You inherit ways of thinking before you ever begin questioning them. And perhaps some truths lie beyond those frameworks altogether. Beyond language, beyond concepts, beyond the reach of human reasoning itself. That possibility has haunted philosophers for generations, because it suggests that reality may contain aspects forever inaccessible to human understanding, not temporarily hidden, permanently beyond reach. No matter how intelligent humanity becomes, no matter how much knowledge accumulates, no matter how advanced science grows, there may always remain a boundary reason cannot cross, a horizon that recedes as quickly as it is approached. And perhaps that is what makes this conclusion so dark. Not that reason fails. Reason is one of humanity's greatest achievements. The darkness lies in the possibility that our most powerful tool for understanding existence may never be capable of delivering the thing we want most: certainty, ultimate truth, a final answer that reveals reality exactly as it is. Instead, human beings may spend their entire history constructing ever better approximations, ever deeper insights, ever more sophisticated models, while remaining trapped inside minds that can never fully step outside themselves, searching endlessly for a truth that may exist, yet forever remain just beyond the limits of human understanding. The burden of knowing we will die. A deer running through a forest does not spend its afternoon wondering whether it will exist 50 years from now. A bird building a nest does not lie awake at night imagining its own funeral. Most living creatures experience danger when it appears, then return to the business of living. Human beings are different. We possess a strange and terrifying ability that may be one of the greatest gifts and greatest curses ever produced by evolution. We know we are going to die. Not someday in an abstract sense, not as a distant possibility. We know, with complete certainty, that every person we love will disappear. Every memory we create will come to an end. Every plan for the future has an invisible boundary waiting somewhere ahead. And one day, we will reach it too. This simple fact is so overwhelming that most people spend their lives trying not to think about it. Not because they are irrational, because the reality itself is difficult to carry. Imagine being given a countdown clock at birth, not one that shows the exact date of your death, just one that constantly reminds you that time is running out. Every achievement, every relationship, every ordinary moment, taking place beneath the shadow of an ending you cannot avoid. In many ways, that is exactly the situation every human being finds themselves in. The clock is hidden, the deadline is unknown, but the outcome is guaranteed, and philosophy has long wondered how a creature is supposed to live with that knowledge. Because death does not simply end life. The awareness of death shapes life long before death arrives. Think about how many human behaviors make more sense when viewed through this lens. People chase accomplishments because time feels limited. People rush to achieve goals before it is too late. People fear aging because it acts as a visible reminder of mortality. People seek meaning because they know existence is temporary. Even love itself often becomes more precious because it cannot last forever. The awareness of death quietly influences countless decisions, sometimes without people even realizing it. Psychologists have found something fascinating about this. When people are reminded of their mortality, their behavior often changes. They become more protective of their beliefs, more attached to their identities, more concerned with leaving a legacy, more motivated to create meaning. It is as if the mind immediately begins searching for ways to defend itself against the terrifying reality of impermanence. And perhaps that is because human beings are caught between two conflicting instincts. One part of us wants to survive. Every cell in the body fights for continued existence. The nervous system avoids danger. The mind plans for tomorrow. Life is built around preservation. Yet another part of us understands that preservation ultimately fails. No matter how healthy we are, no matter how wealthy we become, no matter how advanced society grows, the ending remains. The body knows how to survive. The mind knows survival is temporary, and that creates a tension unlike anything else in nature. Imagine reading a book while knowing exactly how it ends. Every chapter still matters. Every character still matters. But the ending changes the experience of everything that comes before it. Now imagine reading a book while knowing the final page will eventually erase every chapter that came before it. That is closer to the human condition. Because mortality does not merely conclude the story. It raises questions about the significance of the story itself. Why work so hard if everything ends? Why build anything if time eventually destroys it? Why become attached to people if separation is inevitable? These questions have haunted philosophers for thousands of years because they strike directly at the heart of existence. And unlike many philosophical problems, there is no escaping this one. You can ignore it, distract yourself from it, push it to the back of your mind. But mortality waits patiently. Every birthday, every gray hair, every passing year, every loss, quietly reminding you that time is moving in one direction. The burden is not merely death itself. The burden is awareness. A rock does not fear non-existence. A tree does not imagine the day it will fall. Human beings possess enough intelligence to foresee their own disappearance, but not enough power to prevent it. We can understand mortality. We can analyze it. We can discuss it endlessly. Yet understanding does not remove it. In some ways, knowledge only deepens the weight. Because every future plan carries uncertainty. Every goodbye carries risk. Every moment of happiness contains the knowledge that it cannot remain forever. The things we value most become inseparable from the possibility of losing them, and perhaps that is why death influences so much of human culture. Religion, art, literature, philosophy, science. Many of humanity's greatest achievements can be seen as responses to mortality, attempts to leave something behind, attempts to create permanence, attempts to find meaning within impermanence, attempts to make peace with an ending that refuses to disappear. Yet none of these efforts fully remove the burden. The knowledge remains, waiting quietly beneath everyday life. You can be laughing with friends, building a career, falling in love, planning for the future. And somewhere in the background exists the undeniable fact that all of it is temporary. Not someday. Right now. The clock is already moving. And perhaps that is what makes this philosophical conclusion so dark. Not that death exists. Every living thing eventually dies. The darker truth is that human beings must carry the awareness of death throughout their lives. They must wake up each morning knowing that every person they love is fragile. Every dream has limited time. Every experience is finite. Every moment is already slipping into the past. The burden is not the final moment itself. The burden is spending an entire lifetime knowing it is coming. Knowing that no matter how meaningful life becomes, no matter how beautiful the journey feels, there remains a destination waiting at the end of every road. A destination that cannot be negotiated with, delayed forever, or escaped. Only anticipated, and perhaps there is no heavier knowledge for a conscious mind to carry than the certainty that one day, everything it has ever known will be left behind. The argument that every achievement ends in oblivion. Imagine accomplishing the single greatest goal of your life. The thing you have sacrificed years for, the thing that keeps you motivated when life becomes difficult. The achievement that would make all the struggle feel worthwhile. Now imagine waiting long enough. Not years. Not decades. Long enough. What happens to it? At first, the answer seems obvious. The achievement remains. The success becomes part of history. People remember it. Its impact continues. But philosophy asks a darker question. For how long? Because no matter how impressive an accomplishment may seem today, time has a habit of reducing even the greatest victories to silence. And once you begin following that idea to its logical conclusion, it becomes difficult to stop. Human beings are driven by achievement. People build companies, write books, create art, win championships, make discoveries, accumulate wealth, pursue status, leave legacies. Entire lives are often organized around the belief that accomplishments provide lasting significance. The assumption feels reasonable. After all, achievements appear to outlive the moments that produced them. A scientist makes a breakthrough. An artist creates a masterpiece. A leader changes history. Their influence survives beyond their lifetime, at least for a while. But the phrase "for a while" is doing far more work than it first appears. Think about how many people once considered themselves unforgettable. Kings who ruled vast empires, generals who conquered nations, writers celebrated across entire civilizations, inventors whose creations transformed the world around them. Most are now forgotten by almost everyone. Their ambitions once felt urgent. Their successes once felt permanent. Their names once seemed impossible to erase. Yet time continued moving. Generations passed. Memories faded. The world changed. And eventually the vast majority disappeared into obscurity. This observation becomes even more unsettling when we expand the timeline. Imagine every achievement humanity has ever produced. Every building, every painting, every scientific discovery, every government, every fortune, every accomplishment. Now place them against the backdrop of millions of years, then billions. The scale changes dramatically. Entire civilizations begin to look temporary. The rise and fall of nations becomes a brief event. Human history itself starts to resemble a passing moment. What once appeared permanent begins to look fragile, and this is where the argument takes a darker turn. Because even if an achievement survives for centuries, survival is not the same thing as permanence. Everything appears vulnerable to time. Libraries burn, monuments collapse, languages disappear, cultures vanish, knowledge is lost. History itself is constantly being erased and rewritten. The further back we look, the larger the gaps become. Entire worlds have already vanished without leaving complete records behind. And if that can happen to civilizations, what does it imply about individual achievements? Imagine spending 30 years becoming the best in the world at something. Endless discipline, countless sacrifices, years of effort. Eventually you succeed. You reach the summit. For a brief period, people celebrate your accomplishment. Then time continues. New people arrive. New records are set. New achievements capture attention. The world moves on. What once felt extraordinary becomes a footnote. Then eventually even the footnote disappears. This is not merely a historical observation. It reflects something deeper about the nature of attention itself. Human beings are temporary, which means human recognition is temporary. Every audience eventually vanishes. Every generation is replaced. Every witness disappears. The people who remember your accomplishments today will not be here forever. Neither will the people who remember them afterward. The chain of memory itself has an expiration date, and that realization raises an uncomfortable question. If every achievement is ultimately forgotten, what exactly are we working toward? For many people, the answer is legacy. The desire to leave something behind, to create an impact that survives beyond death. And there is something deeply understandable about that desire. Legacy feels like a form of resistance against impermanence, a way of extending yourself into the future. But even legacy faces the same problem. How long can it last? 100 years? 1,000? 10,000? Every number eventually collides with the same reality. Enough time erases almost everything. Even the greatest names in history survive only because circumstances happen to preserve them. Countless others disappeared completely. People who were once just as ambitious, just as intelligent, just as convinced their achievements mattered. The universe appears remarkably indifferent to which accomplishments survive and which vanish. And then there is an even darker possibility. Imagine that humanity itself eventually disappears, whether through natural causes, cosmic events, or the simple passage of enough time. What happens to all human achievements then? Every masterpiece, every invention, every scientific breakthrough, every empire, every dream, every legacy. Without conscious minds to remember them, what remains? The achievements may have existed, they may have transformed lives, but eventually there may be nobody left to recognize any of it. The audience disappears. The story ends. The records become meaningless. This is why some philosophers argued that achievement alone cannot provide ultimate significance. Because achievement depends on preservation, and preservation depends on conditions that cannot be guaranteed forever. Time remains undefeated. It waits patiently while every accomplishment slowly moves toward the same horizon, not immediate destruction, not instant disappearance, gradual oblivion. And perhaps that is what makes this conclusion so unsettling. Not that achievements lack value. Clearly they can improve lives, create beauty, expand knowledge, transform the world. The darkness lies somewhere else. The darkness lies in the possibility that every accomplishment, no matter how extraordinary, exists within a framework of impermanence it cannot escape. The greatest empire eventually falls. The greatest athlete is eventually forgotten. The greatest artist becomes a name in a history book. Then eventually perhaps not even that. Every victory, every milestone, every achievement humanity has ever celebrated may be moving toward the same destination. A future where memory fades, witnesses disappear, and the accomplishments that once seemed so important dissolve into silence. And if that is true, then the most unsettling question of all remains. When every record has vanished, every monument has crumbled, every story has been forgotten, and every trace of human effort has disappeared, what becomes of the achievements people spent their entire lives pursuing? Perhaps nothing. Perhaps only the brief moment in which they existed. A fleeting spark of significance shining against an endless backdrop of time before finally slipping into oblivion, just like everything else. Why the universe owes us nothing. A few ideas are more deeply rooted in the human mind than the belief that life should be fair. Even people who never say it out loud often carry the assumption somewhere beneath the surface. Good people should be rewarded. Hard work should pay off. Kindness should matter. Suffering should have a reason. Justice should eventually prevail. When these expectations are violated, people feel something stronger than disappointment. They feel betrayed, as if reality itself has broken an agreement. You see it whenever tragedy strikes someone who did nothing to deserve it. A child becomes seriously ill. A family loses everything overnight. A person spends years doing the right thing only to watch someone less deserving succeed. The reaction is almost immediate. This is not fair. And hidden inside that statement is a fascinating assumption. It assumes the universe was supposed to be fair in the first place. But what if it never was? What if one of philosophy's darkest conclusions is that the universe owes us absolutely nothing? Not happiness, not justice, not meaning, not success, not even an explanation. At first, this idea feels cold, almost cruel, because human beings naturally expect reality to cooperate with their hopes. We want effort to lead to reward. We want virtue to lead to good outcomes. We want suffering to make sense. We want the story of life to follow some kind of moral logic. Yet when we examine reality itself, something unsettling becomes clear. Nature does not appear to operate according to human expectations. A hurricane does not change direction because a town is filled with good people. A disease does not spare someone because they are kind. An earthquake does not distinguish between innocence and guilt. The laws of physics function exactly the same way regardless of who is affected by them. Reality appears remarkably indifferent to what human beings think should happen, and this observation creates a profound tension, because people often confuse desire with entitlement. We want life to be fair. Therefore, we assume fairness should exist. We want suffering to have meaning. Therefore, we assume meaning must be there. We want the future to reward our sacrifices. Therefore, we assume reality owes us those rewards. But wanting something and being entitled to it are not the same thing. Imagine sitting beside the ocean and demanding that the waves stop because you are having a bad day. The request makes no difference. The ocean continues behaving according to its nature. Now expand that idea to the entire universe. Stars explode, planets form, species emerge, species disappear, galaxies collide. All of it unfolds according to processes that seem completely unconcerned with human desires. The universe does not appear to contain a special mechanism dedicated to fulfilling expectations. And perhaps the clearest example of this is mortality. Every person knows they will die. Every person wishes, at some level, that they could avoid it. Yet the wish changes nothing. The universe does not grant exceptions because someone feels unfinished. It does not pause because a person is loved. It does not negotiate because a life seems valuable. The process continues, not out of malice, not out of cruelty, simply because reality does not appear obligated to satisfy human preferences. This is where many people become uncomfortable. Because if the universe owes us nothing, then many of our deepest assumptions begin to unravel. Why should hard work guarantee success? Why should good intentions guarantee good outcomes? Why should life provide meaning? Why should happiness be the default state? The honest answer may be that there is no cosmic reason these things must occur. Human beings often act as though existence came with promises attached, promises of fairness, promises of purpose, promises of eventual justice. But where exactly were those promises made? Who made them? When? The deeper philosophers examined reality, the harder those questions became to answer. And yet there is a psychological reason people cling to these expectations. Uncertainty is frightening. A universe that owes us something feels manageable. It feels predictable. If reality guarantees justice, then suffering becomes easier to tolerate. If reality guarantees meaning, then confusion becomes less threatening. If reality guarantees rewards, then sacrifice feels safer. But if none of those guarantees exist, then life becomes something very different. It becomes a condition of radical uncertainty. A place where outcomes are not always deserved, where effort is not always rewarded, where suffering is not always meaningful, where fairness is not automatically enforced. And perhaps that is why people find this conclusion so difficult to accept, not because it is logically impossible, because it removes a source of comfort. The comforting belief that reality is secretly structured around human needs. Instead, it suggests something far more unsettling. Human beings may be visitors in a universe that was never designed for them. A universe that does not owe them explanations, does not owe them success, does not owe them happiness, does not owe them justice. The stars were burning long before humans appeared. They will likely continue burning long after humanity is gone. The universe was not waiting for us, and it may not notice when we leave. Yet strangely, this conclusion contains a hidden challenge. If the universe owes us nothing, then every meaningful thing becomes something we must create rather than expect. Justice becomes a human responsibility. Compassion becomes a human responsibility. Purpose becomes a human responsibility. Fairness becomes a human responsibility. No cosmic force guarantees these things. People must build them themselves, and that may be what makes this idea so dark. Not that life is hopeless. Not that goodness is meaningless. The darkness lies in the realization that the universe may never provide the things humans desperately want most. The fairness they seek, the answers they crave, the rewards they expect, the certainty they depend on. Reality may simply continue according to its own indifferent principles, offering no special treatment and no hidden guarantees. And if that is true, then every expectation that life should make sense, every belief that existence owes us happiness, and every assumption that the universe will eventually balance the scales may be nothing more than human wishes projected onto a reality that never agreed to fulfill them in the first place. The fear that love is only a biological mechanism. There is a moment that feels almost sacred. You look into someone's eyes and feel that your life has changed. Not logically, not rationally, completely. Suddenly, One person matters more than they did yesterday. Their happiness affects your happiness. Their pain affects your pain. You think about them when they are gone. You miss them when they leave. You feel drawn toward them in a way that seems deeper than explanation. Most people call this love, and for countless generations, love has been treated as one of the most meaningful experiences human beings can have. Songs are written about it. Wars have been fought because of it. Lives have been transformed by it. Entire futures have been built around it. Love feels powerful enough to transcend ordinary existence. It feels special. It feels profound. It feels as though it must connect to something larger than ourselves. But then a disturbing question appears. What if love is nothing more than biology doing its job? What if one of the most cherished experiences in human life is ultimately the result of chemical processes designed to increase survival and reproduction? At first, most people resist this idea, not because it lacks evidence, because it feels wrong. Love seems too important to be reduced to biology, too beautiful, too personal, too meaningful. The thought that it might be explained by brain chemistry can feel almost insulting, as though something precious is being taken away. But the deeper scientists have studied human behavior, the more they have uncovered biological mechanisms connected to love. Certain chemicals increase feelings of attachment. Others strengthen bonding. Others influence attraction and desire. Brain activity changes when people fall in love. Emotional attachment can often be linked to specific processes occurring inside the nervous system. From a scientific perspective, love appears closely connected to biology. And this is where the discomfort begins. Because if every feeling of devotion, longing, connection, and affection can be explained through physical mechanisms, what happens to the mystery? Imagine hearing a piece of music that moves you to tears. Then someone explains exactly how the sound waves interact with your auditory system. The explanation may be accurate, but it feels incomplete. The mechanics describe what happens. They do not seem to capture the experience itself. Love creates a similar tension. Understanding the biology does not necessarily eliminate the feeling. Yet many people worry that it somehow diminishes it. Because beneath the explanation lies a darker possibility. What if your deepest emotions are not expressions of profound meaning? What if they are simply strategies evolution discovered because they helped ancestors survive? Think about it from nature's perspective. A species that forms strong bonds between parents and children has a better chance of protecting offspring. A species capable of attachment and cooperation gains advantages over one that lacks those traits. Love, viewed through this lens, begins to look less like a cosmic force and more like an adaptive tool, a mechanism that encourages behaviors useful for survival. The implication can feel unsettling because it transforms something deeply personal into something functional. The feeling that seemed unique suddenly appears connected to processes millions of years old, processes shared with countless other living creatures. And this raises an uncomfortable question. If love evolved because it was useful, does that mean the feeling itself is merely an illusion? Many philosophers have wrestled with this concern, because people often assume that if something has a biological explanation, it somehow becomes less real. But think about hunger. Hunger exists because of biology, yet the experience is still real. Pain exists because of biology, yet the suffering is still real. Joy exists because of biology, yet the happiness is still real. Knowing the mechanism does not erase the experience. The fear surrounding love comes from somewhere deeper. It comes from the possibility that what feels eternal may actually be temporary. What feels destined may actually be accidental. What feels transcendent may actually be chemical. And nowhere is this fear more visible than in the way love changes over time. People often expect love to remain exactly as it felt in the beginning. The intensity, the obsession, the excitement. But biology rarely works that way. The brain adapts. Novelty fades. Emotional states shift. Relationships evolve. What once felt overwhelming becomes familiar. This transformation can feel like evidence that love was never what people believed it to be, as though the magic has been exposed, as though the curtain has been pulled back. And yet there is another way to look at it. Imagine discovering that a beautiful sunset can be explained through atmospheric physics. The explanation does not remove the beauty. If anything, it adds another layer of understanding. The same may be true for love. The existence of biological mechanisms does not necessarily strip love of meaning. But the fear remains because people crave something deeper than explanation. They want love to be proof that their lives matter, proof that they are connected to something larger than themselves, proof that meaning exists. A purely biological account seems unable to provide that reassurance. It tells us how love happens. It does not tell us why love feels significant. And perhaps that is where the darkest part of this idea emerges. Not in the possibility that love is biological. Almost everything about human experience is connected to biology in some way. The darker possibility is that the feelings people treat as evidence of destiny, soulmates, or transcendent meaning may arise from mechanisms that never cared about those concepts at all. Mechanisms concerned only with survival, only with continuation, only with passing life forward. And if that is true, then the emotions that inspire poetry, devotion, sacrifice, and lifelong commitment may not have been designed to reveal deeper truths about existence. They may simply be extraordinarily effective biological strategies that happen to feel profound from the inside. Yet even if that possibility is true, one mystery remains. A universe made of matter somehow produced creatures capable of loving each other. Chemicals somehow became affection. Neurons somehow became devotion. Biology somehow became heartbreak, longing, connection, and care. And perhaps that is why this conclusion feels so unsettling, because it leaves us suspended between two possibilities. Either love points beyond biology toward something deeper, or biology itself is responsible for creating one of the most meaningful experiences conscious beings have ever known. And sometimes it is difficult to decide which possibility is more astonishing. The problem of suffering without justification. To most people can endure an incredible amount of pain if they believe there is a reason for it. A student tolerates years of stress because they believe it leads to a better future. An athlete pushes through exhaustion because they believe it serves a goal. A parent sacrifices sleep, comfort, and personal freedom because they believe it benefits someone they love. In each case, suffering becomes easier to bear because it appears connected to a purpose. The pain hurts, but it makes sense. And that distinction matters more than most people realize, because one of the darkest questions in philosophy is not why suffering exists. It is why so much suffering seems to exist without any justification at all. Think about the kinds of pain people often accept. The discomfort of exercise, the frustration of learning a difficult skill, the sacrifice required to build something meaningful. These forms of suffering can feel worthwhile because they are attached to an outcome. There is a reason behind them, a destination, a reward, a lesson. But now think about a different kind of suffering: a child born with a painful disease, a family destroyed by a natural disaster, someone losing the person they love most in an accident that serves no apparent purpose, years of emotional anguish that teach no obvious lesson and produce no visible benefit. This suffering feels different, not because it hurts more, because it appears meaningless. And for many philosophers, meaningless suffering represents one of the most disturbing features of existence. Human beings are natural explanation seekers. When something painful happens, the mind immediately asks why. Why did this happen? Why now? Why this person? Why me? The search for answers begins almost automatically, because explanations provide comfort. Even painful explanations can feel easier to accept than randomness. If suffering serves a purpose, then at least it fits into a story. At least it contributes to something larger. At least it makes sense. But what happens when no explanation arrives? What happens when suffering appears completely disconnected from any greater reason? This is where the problem becomes deeply unsettling, because reality often seems filled with examples of pain that accomplish nothing. Nature provides countless examples. Animals suffer from disease. Creatures are torn apart by predators. Entire species disappear through extinction. For hundreds of millions of years, suffering existed long before human beings arrived to interpret it. No lesson was learned. No moral growth occurred. No greater purpose was obvious. Pain simply happened. And when humans entered the picture, the pattern continued: wars, illness, accidents, natural disasters, personal tragedies. Many people spend years searching for meaning within these experiences. Sometimes they find it. Sometimes they create it. But the troubling possibility remains that the meaning was not there originally. Perhaps it was added afterward. Perhaps suffering itself was never justified at all. This idea strikes directly at one of humanity's deepest hopes. The hope that pain ultimately serves a purpose, that losses happen for a reason, that suffering contributes to a larger plan, that even the worst experiences somehow fit into a meaningful narrative. For countless generations, people have relied on this belief to make suffering bearable. The idea that pain is temporary but meaningful, difficult but necessary, unpleasant but justified. Yet philosophy forces us to confront another possibility. What if some suffering is simply unnecessary? What if some pain exists for no reason beyond the fact that reality allows it to exist? Imagine a person spending years caring for someone they love, only to lose them unexpectedly. Imagine a child experiencing profound suffering before ever having the chance to understand life. Imagine a disaster that destroys thousands of lives in a single moment. When confronted with these situations, people often search desperately for hidden meaning. But what if there is none? What if the universe does not arrange suffering according to lessons, rewards, or moral logic? The thought feels almost unbearable. Because if suffering lacks justification, then one of the most difficult parts of existence becomes much harder to explain. Pain is already hard enough when it serves a purpose. Pain without purpose feels infinitely heavier. Psychologists have observed that people generally cope better with hardship when they can connect it to a meaningful narrative. A sense of purpose often increases resilience. It helps people endure situations that might otherwise overwhelm them. The implication is profound. Meaning does not eliminate suffering, but it changes how suffering is experienced. Remove the meaning, and the burden often becomes far more difficult to carry. This is why the possibility of unjustified suffering is so disturbing. It threatens to separate pain from purpose. It suggests that some losses may not teach anything. Some tragedies may not improve anyone. Some suffering may not contribute to growth. Some wounds may simply exist, and perhaps the most unsettling part is that reality often appears indifferent to whether suffering is deserved. Good people suffer. Cruel people prosper. Children experience pain they never earned. Disasters strike without considering fairness. The universe does not seem to distribute hardship according to moral principles. It does not appear to ask whether suffering is justified before allowing it to occur. Events simply unfold, sometimes with devastating consequences, and perhaps that is why this philosophical problem has remained so powerful for so long. It touches something deeply human, the desire to believe that pain means something, that suffering matters, that losses are not arbitrary, that reality contains a hidden logic capable of explaining why conscious beings endure so much hardship. But the darker possibility remains, the possibility that suffering is not always meaningful, not always necessary, not always justified, that some of the worst experiences in human life may exist without serving any greater purpose whatsoever. And if that is true, then one of the hardest truths about existence may be that reality allows immense pain to occur without explanation, without compensation, and without reason. A universe in which conscious beings can suffer profoundly while receiving no answer to the question they inevitably ask. Why? And perhaps the silence that follows that question is more unsettling than the suffering itself. Why self-knowledge may be impossible. There is one person you have spent every second of your life with, one mind you have never escaped, one consciousness you know more intimately than anything else in existence, your own. And yet, one of philosophy's most disturbing possibilities is that you may never truly understand it. At first, that sounds absurd. If there is anything you should know, it is yourself. You know your memories, your thoughts, your fears, your desires, your motivations. You experience them directly. You live inside them every day. Surely no mystery could be closer to you than the person you are. But the deeper philosophers and psychologists have examined the human mind. The stranger this certainty begins to look, because knowing yourself and experiencing yourself may not be the same thing. Imagine standing in front of a mirror. You can see your reflection clearly, but no matter how perfect the mirror becomes, it is still only a reflection. You never step outside yourself and observe your entire being directly. In a similar way, every attempt at self-knowledge happens from within the very mind being examined. The observer and the observed are the same thing. And that creates a problem unlike almost any other. Think about how you learn about the world. You observe objects, study evidence, compare perspectives, look at things from different angles. But how do you do that with yourself? How do you fully examine the tool that is doing the examining? The mind is trying to investigate the mind. Reason is trying to understand reason. Consciousness is attempting to explain consciousness. It is like a flashlight trying to illuminate itself. The deeper you think about it, the stranger it becomes. Psychologists have uncovered countless examples suggesting that people often understand themselves far less than they imagine. Individuals frequently invent explanations for decisions after those decisions have already been made. They confidently describe motives that later prove inaccurate. They believe they know why they act a certain way, only to discover hidden influences operating beneath awareness. In many cases, the conscious mind appears less like the author of behavior and more like a narrator trying to explain events after they occur. This raises an uncomfortable question. how much of your own mind remains invisible to you. Consider something as simple as attraction. Why are you drawn to certain people and not others? Why do specific experiences affect you more deeply? Why do particular fears persist? Why do certain ambitions emerge? Most people can provide answers. But are those answers actually correct? Or are they stories constructed after the fact? The truth is that many of the processes shaping human behavior occur beneath conscious awareness. Your brain performs staggering amounts of activity without informing you. Perceptions are filtered, memories are altered, emotions are generated, judgments are formed, decisions begin unfolding, and only afterward does conscious awareness receive the result. The finished product arrives, the machinery remains hidden. Imagine driving through a city while only seeing the final destination displayed on a screen. The route exists, the calculations exist, the decisions exist, but the process remains invisible. Some philosophers argue that much of human consciousness operates in a similar way. You experience outcomes, not the full system producing them. And if that is true, then self-knowledge may always be incomplete, because crucial parts of the self remain inaccessible. But the problem goes even deeper. What exactly is the self you are trying to know? This question sounds simple until you examine it carefully. Are you the person you were 10 years ago? In some ways, yes. In other ways, no. Your beliefs have changed. Your memories have changed. Your body has changed. Your personality may have changed. Even your understanding of yourself has changed. The person you call yourself appears to be in constant motion, like a river that remains identifiable while its contents continuously flow and transform. So what exactly are you trying to understand? A fixed identity, a changing process, a collection of experiences, a narrative constructed by memory. The deeper philosophers explored this question, the harder it became to find a stable answer. Some concluded that the self people believe they know may not exist in the way they imagine. Instead of a permanent identity, there may only be a constantly changing stream of thoughts, sensations, memories, and perceptions. If that is true, then complete self-knowledge becomes even more difficult, because the thing being examined never stops changing. Imagine trying to create a perfect map of a landscape that transforms every second. The moment the map is finished, it is already outdated. The same problem may apply to understanding yourself. By the time you believe you have figured out who you are, you have already changed. And then there is memory. Perhaps the most trusted source of self-knowledge. People often define themselves through personal history, the experiences they have had, the choices they have made, the stories they tell about their lives. But memory itself is far less reliable than most people realize. Research has shown that memories are not stored like recordings. They are reconstructed. Each time a memory is recalled, it can be subtly altered. Details shift. Interpretations change. Events become reshaped through time. The past you remember may not perfectly reflect the past that actually occurred. And if your understanding of yourself depends heavily on memory, what happens when memory itself is unstable? The foundation begins to feel less secure, less certain, more mysterious. Perhaps this is why people spend entire lifetimes trying to understand themselves, not because they are failing, because the task may be fundamentally impossible. The self is not a simple object waiting to be discovered. It is the lens through which discovery occurs, the tool doing the investigation, the perspective from which every question is asked, and perhaps that creates limits that can never be fully overcome. Because no matter how deeply you examine your mind, The examination always occurs from within the thing being examined. You never step outside yourself. You never achieve a completely neutral perspective. You never escape the framework through which all understanding takes place. And perhaps that is what makes this conclusion so unsettling. Not that self-knowledge is difficult. Most people already know that. The darker possibility is that complete self-knowledge may be impossible in principle, that the person closest to you will always remain partially hidden, that beneath every belief about who you are lies a mystery you can never entirely solve. A mystery that follows you through every moment of life. Not somewhere far away. Not buried in the universe, but at the very center of your own consciousness. The one place you thought understanding would be easiest to find. The idea that history has no direction. There is a story almost everyone absorbs without realizing it. A story so common that it feels less like a belief and more like a fact. The story says that humanity is going somewhere. That history is moving in a direction. That despite setbacks, disasters, wars, and mistakes, the overall trajectory points forward. Towards something better, more knowledge, more freedom, more progress, more understanding. The details vary depending on who is telling the story, but the underlying assumption remains the same. History is a journey. Humanity is advancing. The future represents movement toward a destination. It is an incredibly comforting idea, because it transforms chaos into a narrative. It makes suffering feel temporary. Mistakes become lessons. Failures become stepping stones. Even tragedy can be tolerated if it contributes to some larger movement forward. But philosophy asks a disturbing question. What if history is not going anywhere at all? What if the direction we see is something we invented after the fact? What if humanity is moving through time without any ultimate destination waiting ahead? At first, this sounds wrong. After all, history clearly changes, technology advances, societies evolve, scientific knowledge expands. The world today looks dramatically different from the world of centuries ago. Surely that counts as movement. And it does. But movement and direction are not the same thing. Imagine a leaf floating through a river. The leaf moves constantly. Its position changes every second. Yet the leaf itself has no destination. It is simply being carried by forces larger than itself. Some philosophers wondered whether human history might be similar. Events unfold. Civilizations rise. Civilizations collapse. Ideas spread. Ideas disappear. The process continues. But perhaps there is no final goal toward which it is all heading. Think about how people often describe history. They talk as though the past was leading toward the present, as though ancient civilizations existed to prepare the way for modern ones, as though earlier generations were steps on a staircase humanity has been climbing. But this perspective contains a subtle illusion. It looks backward from the present and constructs a narrative. The events that survived become part of the story. The countless possibilities that never happened disappear from view. History begins to look inevitable, as though everything was moving toward where we are now. Yet people living in the past did not experience history that way. They faced uncertainty just as we do. They had no idea what would come next. No knowledge of how events would unfold. The future remained unwritten, just as it remains unwritten today. This observation creates an uncomfortable possibility. Perhaps history only appears directional because human beings naturally create stories. We connect events, identify patterns, construct narratives. Our minds are designed to transform randomness into meaning. Sometimes that ability is incredibly useful. but sometimes it may cause us to see purpose where none exists. Consider how often major historical events emerge from accidents, misunderstandings, unexpected discoveries, and unpredictable decisions. Empires have risen because of chance opportunities. Wars have begun because of miscalculations. Scientific breakthroughs have emerged from mistakes. Entire societies have changed because of events nobody anticipated. History often looks less like a carefully guided journey and more like an endless chain of unpredictable consequences. One event triggers another, which triggers another, which triggers another, without any obvious destination governing the process. And then there is an even darker observation. Many of the problems that defined ancient history remain with us today. Conflict, fear, greed, violence, tribalism, power struggles. The tools have changed. The technologies have changed. The circumstances have changed. But the underlying patterns often feel surprisingly familiar. Thousands of years of advancement have not eliminated many of humanity's oldest struggles. This raises a difficult question. If history truly has a direction, where exactly is it leading? Toward peace, history contains wars. Toward justice, history contains injustice. Toward wisdom, history contains repeated mistakes. Every proposed destination seems complicated by evidence pointing in the opposite direction. For every example of progress, there appears to be an example of regression. For every achievement, a failure. For every step forward, a step backward. The pattern becomes increasingly difficult to interpret. Imagine looking at a stock market chart that rises and falls constantly. From certain angles, a trend appears obvious. From other angles, it disappears. History can feel the same way. People often identify direction based on the particular values they care about. Someone focused on technology sees advancement. Someone focused on environmental damage sees decline. Someone focused on freedom sees progress. Someone focused on social fragmentation sees deterioration. The interpretation depends heavily on the observer, and that suggests something important. The direction may not exist independently of the values being used to measure it. Without those values, history may simply be change, not progress. Not decline, just change, one event following another across time. And perhaps the largest challenge to the idea of historical direction comes from the future itself. No matter how much humanity advances, every achievement remains vulnerable. Civilizations can collapse. Knowledge can be lost. Species can disappear. Planets can become uninhabitable. Even humanity itself may not exist forever. If history possesses an ultimate destination, it remains remarkably difficult to identify. The universe has never revealed one. The future provides no guarantees. The story may not be building toward a final conclusion at all. It may simply continue until it does not. And perhaps that is what makes this philosophical idea so unsettling. Not that history lacks events. Not that change is unreal. The darkness lies in the possibility that humanity's story may not be a journey toward anything. That there is no hidden arc bending toward a predetermined outcome. No cosmic destination waiting at the end of time. No ultimate purpose guiding the movement of civilizations. Instead, history may be exactly what it appears to be when stripped of every narrative humans place upon it. A vast sequence of events unfolding across generations. Countless lives intersecting. Countless choices colliding. Countless stories beginning and ending. All moving relentlessly through time, not toward a destination, not toward a final meaning, but simply because time continues moving forward, whether history is going somewhere or not. The trap of endless desire. Have you ever noticed how the thing you wanted most eventually became something ordinary? At one point, it felt incredibly important. You imagined how different life would be once you finally had it. Maybe it was a promotion, a relationship, more money, a new house, recognition from other people. Whatever it was, your mind treated it like a solution, a missing piece, something that would finally make everything feel complete. Then you got it, and for a while it worked. The excitement was real, the satisfaction was real, the sense of accomplishment was real. But then something strange happened. The feeling faded. What once seemed extraordinary became normal. And before long, your attention drifted towards something else. A new goal, a new desire, a new version of the future where happiness was supposedly waiting. Most people experience this pattern countless times throughout their lives. Yet few stop to ask what it means. Because hidden inside this cycle is one of philosophy's darkest conclusions, the possibility that human beings are trapped inside a system of endless desire, a system that can never be fully satisfied. At first, desire seems like a gift. Without it, people would accomplish very little. Desire motivates learning. Desire drives innovation. Desire encourages growth. Entire civilizations have been built because human beings wanted something they did not yet possess. In many ways, desire is responsible for much of what humanity has achieved. But philosophy often focuses on the cost hidden beneath the benefit. And the cost of desire may be far greater than most people realize. Think about how desire works. The moment you want something, a gap appears between your current reality and the reality you wish existed. That gap creates tension, restlessness, dissatisfaction. You begin imagining a future condition that seems preferable to the present one. And until that condition is reached, part of your mind remains occupied by what is missing. In other words, desire creates a form of suffering, not necessarily extreme suffering, but suffering nonetheless. The feeling that something is lacking, something is incomplete, something needs to change. Now imagine what happens when the desire is fulfilled. For a brief moment, relief arrives. The tension disappears. You feel satisfied, content, perhaps even happy. But notice what usually happens next. Another desire emerges. Another gap appears. Another source of dissatisfaction takes its place. The cycle begins again. This pattern fascinated the philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer. He argued that much of human life consists of moving back and forth between wanting and temporary satisfaction. When people lack what they desire, they suffer because they want it. When they finally obtain it, the satisfaction fades and a new desire eventually appears. Life becomes an endless sequence of pursuits that never produce lasting fulfillment. The idea sounds pessimistic until you start looking for evidence. Consider how often people postpone happiness. They tell themselves life will improve after the next achievement, after the next relationship, after the next purchase, after the next milestone. The present moment becomes a waiting room for a future that never fully arrives. Because every arrival immediately transforms into a new departure. Every destination becomes another starting point. The finish line keeps moving. And perhaps the clearest example can be seen in wealth. Many people imagine that having more money will finally eliminate dissatisfaction. Certainly, financial security can solve real problems. But beyond basic needs, something interesting happens. As income increases, expectations often increase alongside it. What once felt luxurious becomes ordinary. What once seemed sufficient begins to feel inadequate. The desire expands to match the new circumstances. The target moves. The pursuit continues. Psychologists sometimes refer to this tendency as hedonic adaptation. Human beings adjust remarkably quickly to improvements in their situation. New pleasures become familiar. New achievements become normal. The extraordinary becomes routine. As a result, lasting satisfaction remains surprisingly elusive. The mind keeps searching for the next source of fulfillment. And this pattern extends far beyond money. People desire recognition. Then they want more recognition. They desire success. Then they want greater success. They desire influence. Then they want greater influence. Even desires that appear noble can become part of the same cycle. The object changes. The structure remains. Wanting gives way to getting. Getting gives way to wanting. Again and again. But perhaps the darkest aspect of endless desire is not that it keeps people striving. It is that it quietly transforms the present into an obstacle. Think about how often people sacrifice today's happiness for tomorrow's possibility. They endure years of stress believing fulfillment waits ahead. They postpone contentment until certain conditions are met. They organize entire lives around goals that seem permanently just out of reach. The future becomes a promise. The present becomes a means to an end. And because desire never fully disappears, that promise remains unfulfilled. There is always one more thing to achieve. One more problem to solve. One more improvement to make. One more desire waiting around the corner. Imagine climbing a mountain whose peak rises every time you get closer. No matter how much progress you make, the summit retreats. You continue climbing. Continue striving. Continue believing arrival is near. Yet the destination remains forever beyond reach. For some philosophers, this image captures the structure of human desire itself. Not because people are doing something wrong, because the mechanism may be built into consciousness. The mind constantly generates new wants, new ambitions, new expectations, new forms of dissatisfaction. The process appears endless, and perhaps that is why moments of genuine contentment can feel so rare. They occur when the machinery of desire briefly falls silent. When nothing needs to be added, nothing needs to be achieved, nothing needs to be fixed. For a moment, the chase stops. But those moments rarely last. Soon enough, another desire appears. Another horizon forms. Another pursuit begins. And perhaps that is what makes this conclusion so unsettling. Not that desire causes suffering. Most people already know that. The darker possibility is that desire may be inseparable from being human. That the very force driving achievement, progress, ambition, and growth may also be the force preventing lasting satisfaction. That consciousness itself may operate like a machine designed to generate new forms of wanting faster than they can be fulfilled. And if that is true, then countless people are spending their lives chasing an endpoint that does not exist, running toward a future state of completion that remains forever beyond reach. Not because they are failing, but because the structure of desire ensures that the moment one longing is satisfied, another quietly takes its place, leaving the search unfinished, always unfinished, no matter how far the journey goes. The trap of endless desire. Have you ever noticed how the thing you wanted most eventually became something ordinary? At one point, it felt incredibly important. You imagined how different life would be once you finally had it. Maybe it was a promotion, a relationship, more money, a new house, recognition from other people. Whatever it was, your mind treated it like a solution, a missing piece, something that would finally make everything feel complete. Then you got it, and for a while it worked. The excitement was real, the satisfaction was real, the sense of accomplishment was real. But then something strange happened. The feeling faded. What once seemed extraordinary became normal. And before long, your attention drifted towards something else. A new goal, a new desire, a new version of the future where happiness was supposedly waiting. Most people experience this pattern countless times throughout their lives. Yet few stop to ask what it means. Because hidden inside this cycle is one of philosophy's darkest conclusions. The possibility that human beings are trapped inside a system of endless desire, a system that can never be fully satisfied. At first, desire seems like a gift. Without it, people would accomplish very little. Desire motivates learning. Desire drives innovation. Desire encourages growth. Entire civilizations have been built because human beings wanted something they did not yet possess. In many ways, desire is responsible for much of what humanity has achieved. But philosophy often focuses on the cost hidden beneath the benefit. And the cost of desire may be far greater than most people realize. Think about how desire works. The moment you want something, a gap appears between your current reality and the reality you wish existed. That gap creates tension, restlessness, dissatisfaction. You begin imagining a future condition that seems preferable to the present one. And until that condition is reached, part of your mind remains occupied by what is missing. In other words, desire creates a form of suffering, not necessarily extreme suffering, but suffering nonetheless. The feeling that something is lacking, something is incomplete, something needs to change. Now imagine what happens when the desire is fulfilled. For a brief moment, relief arrives. The tension disappears. You feel satisfied, content, perhaps even happy. But notice what usually happens next. Another desire emerges. Another gap appears. Another source of dissatisfaction takes its place. The cycle begins again. This pattern fascinated the philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer. He argued that much of human life consists of moving back and forth between wanting and temporary satisfaction. When people lack what they desire, they suffer because they want it. When they finally obtain it, the satisfaction fades and a new desire eventually appears. Life becomes an endless sequence of pursuits that never produce lasting fulfillment. The idea sounds pessimistic until you start looking for evidence. Consider how often people postpone happiness. They tell themselves life will improve after the next achievement, after the next relationship, after the next purchase, after the next milestone. The present moment becomes a waiting room for a future that never fully arrives. Because every arrival immediately transforms into a new departure. Every destination becomes another starting point. The finish line keeps moving. And perhaps the clearest example can be seen in wealth. Many people imagine that having more money will finally eliminate dissatisfaction. Certainly, financial security can solve real problems. But beyond basic needs, something interesting happens. As income increases, expectations often increase alongside it. What once felt luxurious becomes ordinary. What once seemed sufficient begins to feel inadequate. The desire expands to match the new circumstances. The target moves. The pursuit continues. Psychologists sometimes refer to this tendency as hedonic adaptation. Human beings adjust remarkably quickly to improvements in their situation. New pleasures become familiar. New achievements become normal. The extraordinary becomes routine. As a result, lasting satisfaction remains surprisingly elusive. The mind keeps searching for the next source of fulfillment. And this pattern extends far beyond money. People desire recognition. Then they want more recognition. They desire success. Then they want greater success. They desire influence. Then they want greater influence. Even desires that appear noble can become part of the same cycle. The object changes. The structure remains. Wanting gives way to getting. Getting gives way to wanting. Again and again. But perhaps the darkest aspect of endless desire is not that it keeps people striving. It is that it quietly transforms the present into an obstacle. Think about how often people sacrifice today's happiness for tomorrow's possibility. They endure years of stress believing fulfillment waits ahead. They postpone contentment until certain conditions are met. They organize entire lives around goals that seem permanently just out of reach. The future becomes a promise. The present becomes a means to an end. And because desire never fully disappears, that promise remains unfulfilled. There is always one more thing to achieve. One more problem to solve. One more improvement to make. One more desire waiting around the corner. Imagine climbing a mountain whose peak rises every time you get closer. No matter how much progress you make, the summit retreats. You continue climbing. Continue striving. Continue believing arrival is near. Yet the destination remains forever beyond reach. For some philosophers, this image captures the structure of human desire itself, not because people are doing something wrong, because the mechanism may be built into consciousness. The mind constantly generates new wants, new ambitions, new expectations, new forms of dissatisfaction. The process appears endless, and perhaps that is why moments of genuine contentment can feel so rare. They occur when the machinery of desire briefly falls silent, when nothing needs to be added, nothing needs to be achieved, nothing needs to be fixed. For a moment, the chase stops. But those moments rarely last. Soon enough, another desire appears. Another horizon forms. Another pursuit begins. And perhaps that is what makes this conclusion so unsettling. Not that desire causes suffering. Most people already know that. The darker possibility is that desire may be inseparable from being human. That the very force driving achievement, progress, ambition, and growth may also be the force preventing lasting satisfaction. That consciousness itself may operate like a machine designed to generate new forms of wanting faster than they can be fulfilled. And if that is true, then countless people are spending their lives chasing an endpoint that does not exist, running toward a future state of completion that remains forever beyond reach. Not because they are failing, but because the structure of desire ensures that the moment one longing is satisfied, another quietly takes its place, leaving the search unfinished, always unfinished, no matter how far the journey goes. The possibility that we never truly understand others. Think about the person you know best. Maybe it is your closest friend, your partner, a parent, a sibling, someone who has been part of your life for years, someone whose voice you could recognize instantly, someone whose habits, opinions, and personality seem completely familiar. Now consider a disturbing possibility. What if you do not actually know them nearly as well as you think? What if no matter how much time two people spend together, there remains an invisible distance that can never be crossed? Most people believe understanding is something that deepens naturally over time. The longer you know someone, the more accurately you understand them. That assumption feels reasonable. After all, relationships are built on communication. People share experiences, reveal secrets, express emotions, explain their thoughts. Gradually, familiarity grows, trust grows, the feeling of understanding grows. But philosophy has long questioned whether this feeling reflects reality, because every person you have ever met exists behind a barrier you can never fully penetrate. Their consciousness. You can hear their words, observe their actions, study their behavior, but you never directly experience what it is like to be them. Not for a second. Everything you know about another person's inner world arrives indirectly. Through interpretation, through observation, through clues. And that means every understanding you have of another person is ultimately a reconstruction built inside your own mind. Imagine reading a book with several pages missing. You can still understand the story. You can fill in the gaps. You can make educated guesses about what happened. But there remains a difference between knowing and inferring. Some philosophers argue that relationships operate in much the same way. No matter how close people become, they are always filling in missing pages, always interpreting, always estimating, always constructing an image of another person's inner reality without ever gaining direct access to it. This becomes obvious when misunderstandings occur. Have you ever been completely certain someone understood how you felt, only to discover they interpreted everything differently? Have you ever explained yourself repeatedly and still felt unseen? Most people have. And those moments reveal something unsettling. Communication is not transmission. It is translation. When you describe an experience, you convert thoughts and emotions into language. The other person then reconstructs those words inside their own mind. But the reconstruction is never identical to the original. It cannot be. Their memories are different. Their experiences are different. Their emotional associations are different. Even when they understand you remarkably well, they are still creating their own version of what you meant. The gap may be small, but it never disappears entirely. And perhaps the clearest example is emotional pain. Imagine trying to explain grief to someone who has never experienced the particular loss you endured. You can describe it. You can talk about the sadness, the emptiness, the longing. But your actual experience remains inaccessible. The feeling itself never leaves your consciousness. The other person receives only a representation, a description, a shadow of the experience rather than the experience itself. This creates a strange paradox. Human beings spend their entire lives surrounded by other people, yet every person remains trapped within a private world that nobody else can fully enter. A world of thoughts, memories, fears, desires, and emotions. A world that remains partially hidden no matter how open someone tries to be. Psychology adds another layer to this problem. Because people do not always understand themselves, individuals regularly misinterpret their own motives, invent explanations for decisions after they are made, remain unaware of unconscious influences shaping their behavior. If people struggle to understand their own minds, what are the chances of fully understanding someone else's? The challenge becomes almost impossible. You are trying to understand a person whose inner world is hidden not only from you, but often from them as well. Think about how often people surprise each other. A trusted friend suddenly behaves in an unexpected way. A partner reveals feelings they never expressed. A family member makes a decision nobody anticipated. These moments can feel shocking because they expose a truth people often forget. The version of someone you carry in your mind is not the person themselves. It is a model, a prediction, an interpretation, and while that model may be useful, it is never complete. The real person always contains unknown territory, unknown thoughts, unknown fears, unknown possibilities. In a sense, every relationship involves interacting with a mystery that becomes familiar without ever becoming fully known. And perhaps this is why loneliness can persist even in the presence of deep connection. People often assume loneliness comes from being physically alone, but many experience loneliness while surrounded by people who care about them. Part of that feeling may arise from the recognition that complete understanding remains impossible. No matter how loved you are, certain parts of your experience remain unshareable. No matter how much you love someone else, certain parts of their experience remain inaccessible. The distance narrows, but it never reaches zero. There is always one final barrier separating consciousness from consciousness. And perhaps the most unsettling part is that this limitation appears permanent. No future conversation can eliminate it completely. No relationship can erase it. No amount of empathy can fully overcome it. Human beings can come extraordinarily close to understanding one another, closer than almost any other creatures on Earth. Yet perfect understanding remains just beyond reach, always near, never complete. And perhaps that is what makes this philosophical idea so dark. Not that relationships are meaningless. Not that connection is impossible. The darkness lies in the possibility that every person you have ever loved remains, in some fundamental sense, unknowable. That beneath every conversation, every act of intimacy, every declaration of understanding, there exists a private world no one else can fully enter. A world containing the true depth of another human being. A world that remains hidden behind consciousness itself. And no matter how many years two people spend together, they may spend their entire lives reaching toward an understanding that can never be perfectly achieved. The argument that human values are temporary fictions. Take a moment and think about something you consider deeply important. Freedom, justice, honor, success, love, truth, maybe even human life itself. Now ask yourself a question that most people never seriously consider. Where did that value come from? Not where you learned it. Not who taught it to you. Where did it come from originally? Why does it matter at all? At first, the answer seems obvious. Certain things simply are valuable. They feel important. They seem self-evident. People build entire lives around them. Societies create laws to protect them. Nations go to war defending them. The importance feels so natural that questioning it can seem absurd. But philosophy has a habit of examining assumptions that everyone else takes for granted. And one of its darkest conclusions begins with a disturbing possibility. What if human values are not discoveries? What if they are inventions? What if the things we consider meaningful, sacred, noble, or worth pursuing are temporary stories created by human minds? Stories that feel permanent only because we happen to be living inside them. Think about money. A piece of paper has value because people collectively agree that it does. Without that agreement, it becomes ordinary paper. Its power comes from shared belief. The value feels real because millions of people participate in the same fiction. Now imagine applying a similar idea to much larger concepts: justice, morality, status, success, human rights, national identity, social prestige. What if many of these things derive their power not from objective reality, but from collective belief? This idea becomes more unsettling when we look at history. Values that seem unquestionable today often looked very different in the past. Entire civilizations organized themselves around principles modern societies reject. Practices once considered virtuous are now viewed as cruel. Ideas once celebrated are now condemned. At the same time, values that seem obvious to us would have appeared strange or incomprehensible to many people throughout history. This constant change creates an uncomfortable question. If values are objective and eternal, why do they transform so dramatically across cultures and generations? Why does one era treat something as sacred while another dismisses it? Why do moral priorities shift? Why do standards evolve? The deeper you examine human history, the harder it becomes to find values that remain completely untouched by time. Instead, values often appear linked to specific circumstances, specific cultures, specific needs, specific moments in history, and perhaps that is because values function less like discoveries and more like tools. Tools created by human beings to organize life, encourage cooperation, and provide meaning. Imagine a society facing constant warfare. It may develop values centered around strength, loyalty, and sacrifice. Imagine a society focused on trade and cooperation. It may emphasize fairness, trust, and stability. The values emerge because they serve particular purposes. Change the circumstances and the values often change as well. From this perspective, values begin to look remarkably flexible, less like eternal truths, more like adaptive strategies. But the argument goes even further. Because if values are human creations, then they depend on human existence. A universe without conscious beings contains stars, planets, gravity, and matter. But does it contain justice? Does it contain dignity? Does it contain honor? The answer appears far less obvious. These concepts seem inseparable from minds capable of imagining them. Without conscious observers, the universe continues functioning, but values themselves may disappear, and that realization can feel profoundly unsettling, because people often treat values as though they are woven into reality itself, as though kindness possesses objective significance, as though fairness exists independently of human judgment, as though meaning is waiting to be discovered. The possibility that values are invented rather than discovered challenges all of those assumptions. It suggests that the things people dedicate their lives to may not possess cosmic importance at all, only human importance, and for some philosophers, that distinction changes everything. Imagine humanity vanishing tomorrow. Every civilization, every culture, every institution, gone. What happens to the values those societies defended? What happens to their ideas of good and evil? What happens to their concepts of beauty, achievement, and purpose? The stars continue burning. The planets continue orbiting. The laws of physics continue operating. But the values themselves appear to vanish with the minds that created them, as though they never existed outside consciousness in the first place. This possibility becomes even darker when viewed on a cosmic timescale. Human civilization occupies an incredibly small moment in the history of the universe. A brief flicker surrounded by billions of years of silence. If values exist only within conscious minds, then their lifespan may be equally brief. They emerge, persist for a while, then disappear. Not because they were defeated, because the beings sustaining them eventually vanish. Everything people consider meaningful becomes vulnerable to the same fate. Every principle, every ideal, every belief about what matters, temporary, fragile, dependent on creatures who are themselves temporary and fragile. Yet perhaps the most unsettling part of this argument is not that values might be fictional. It is that human beings cannot seem to live without them. People need reasons to act, reasons to sacrifice, reasons to care. Values provide structure to existence. They transform random events into meaningful experiences. They help individuals navigate an uncertain world. Even if values are inventions, they may be necessary inventions, stories that conscious beings create because life becomes almost impossible to organize without them. And perhaps that is where the darkness truly lies. Not in the possibility that values are false, but in the possibility that some of the most important things in human life derive their power from collective imagination rather than objective reality. That justice matters because humans decided it matters. That meaning exists because humans create it. That significance emerges because conscious minds project it onto the world. And if that is true, then every value humanity has ever defended may ultimately resemble a carefully constructed story. A story capable of inspiring courage, sacrifice, love, and purpose. A story powerful enough to shape civilizations. Yet a story that remains temporary, dependent on the minds that believe it, existing for a brief moment against the vast backdrop of an indifferent universe, before eventually fading away, just like the people who created it. Why intelligence cannot solve existential problems. Human beings have a habit of believing that every problem eventually has a solution. If something is confusing, learn more. If something is difficult, think harder. If something seems impossible, wait for better technology, better science, or greater understanding. This belief has been rewarded many times throughout history. Diseases that once killed millions became treatable. Mysteries that baffled entire civilizations were eventually explained. Humans learned to fly, communicate across continents, and explore the depths of space. Again and again, intelligence succeeded where ignorance failed. So it is easy to assume that the deepest problems of existence will eventually yield to the same process. Keep learning, keep thinking, keep advancing. Sooner or later, the answers will come. But philosophy introduces a disturbing possibility. What if some problems cannot be solved by intelligence at all? What if the questions that matter most are not puzzles waiting for smarter minds? What if they belong to an entirely different category? Imagine a person trapped inside a maze. Every turn reveals new information. Every discovery helps them understand the structure more clearly. Their knowledge increases continuously. Yet no matter how much they learn about the maze, they remain inside it. Understanding the maze and escaping the maze are not necessarily the same thing. Some philosophers argue that intelligence faces a similar limitation when confronting existential questions, because existential problems are different from practical problems. Practical problems ask how. How do we cure a disease? How do we build a bridge? How do we travel farther, communicate faster, or calculate more accurately? Intelligence excels at these challenges. It gathers information, identifies patterns, and generates solutions. But existential problems ask something else entirely. Why are we here? What gives life meaning? How should we live knowing we will die? Why does suffering exist? What makes anything truly valuable? These questions are fundamentally different. Because acquiring more information does not automatically answer them. Imagine that science eventually explains every physical process in the universe, every particle, every force, every law governing reality. Would that knowledge explain why existence matters? Would it reveal the purpose of suffering? Would it eliminate the fear of death? Would it tell people what they should value? Not necessarily. Knowledge can describe reality with extraordinary precision, but description and meaning are not the same thing. This becomes clear when we consider mortality. Human intelligence has dramatically increased life expectancy. Medicine has reduced countless forms of suffering. Technology continues extending human capabilities, yet no amount of intelligence has solved death itself. People may live longer, they may understand aging more deeply, but the existential reality remains. Every life still ends. The problem changes form. The problem does not disappear. And perhaps that reveals something important. Existential problems are not always problems because they lack solutions. Sometimes they are problems because they arise from the structure of existence itself. Consider loneliness. Intelligence can explain why humans feel lonely. Neuroscience can identify mechanisms involved. Psychology can study social behavior. Yet understanding loneliness does not automatically remove it. A person can know exactly why they feel isolated and still experience the pain. The explanation exists, the suffering remains. The same pattern appears again and again. Knowledge explains. Existential questions persist. Think about meaning. Imagine the most intelligent person who has ever lived. A mind capable of understanding reality far better than anyone else. Would intelligence alone guarantee a meaningful life? History suggests otherwise. Some of the brightest thinkers who ever existed wrestled with despair, uncertainty, and existential anxiety. Their intelligence helped them analyze life's deepest questions. It did not necessarily help them answer them. In some cases, it intensified the struggle, because greater intelligence often reveals more complexity, more ambiguity, more unanswered questions. The philosopher Bertrand Russell once observed that certainty is often easier for those who know less. The more deeply people investigate reality, the more they encounter uncertainty. And uncertainty can be deeply uncomfortable. This creates a strange paradox. People often imagine intelligence as a path toward certainty. Yet greater understanding sometimes produces the opposite effect. It exposes the limits of understanding itself. The horizon expands faster than knowledge can reach it. Every answer generates new questions. Every discovery reveals deeper mysteries. The unknown never fully disappears. And then there is perhaps the darkest existential problem of all: the question of purpose. Human beings desperately want to know whether their lives matter, whether their struggles mean something, whether existence has a reason. But intelligence seems uniquely ill-equipped to answer this question. Because purpose is not the kind of thing that can be measured like temperature or weight. A microscope cannot locate meaning. A telescope cannot detect significance. An equation cannot prove that a life has value. These are not scientific limitations. They are conceptual limitations. Purpose belongs to a different category than factual knowledge. And that means even perfect intelligence may never provide the reassurance people seek. Imagine a supercomputer capable of answering every factual question in existence. Ask it how stars form, it answers. Ask it how consciousness works, it answers. Ask it how the universe began, it answers. Then ask a different question. Why should I continue living? Why does anything matter? What makes suffering worthwhile? Suddenly, the nature of the problem changes. Facts alone may not be enough, because existential questions often involve values, meanings, and experiences that cannot be resolved through information alone. And perhaps this is why humanity continues wrestling with the same fundamental concerns generation after generation. The technology changes. The knowledge changes. The world changes. Yet the deepest questions remain. People still fear death. Still search for meaning. Still struggle with suffering. Still wonder why they are here. Still confront uncertainty. Thousands of years of intellectual progress have transformed civilization, but these questions remain stubbornly present. Not because humanity lacks intelligence, because intelligence may not be the tool required to eliminate them. And perhaps that is what makes this conclusion so unsettling. Not that intelligence is powerless. Few forces have improved human life more dramatically. The darkness lies in the possibility that our greatest intellectual achievements may never solve the questions that matter most. That intelligence can explain the universe without explaining why it matters. That it can reveal how life works without revealing what life is for. That it can uncover astonishing truths about reality while leaving the deepest existential concerns untouched. And if that is true, then humanity may continue becoming smarter, more knowledgeable, and more technologically advanced, while still carrying the same ancient burdens, still wondering why we exist, still fearing mortality, still searching for meaning, still confronting mysteries that intelligence can illuminate, but never completely resolve. Because some questions may not persist due to a lack of answers. They may persist because they are woven into the very experience of being conscious at all. The dark implications of determinism. Right now, it probably feels like you could stop watching this video whenever you want. You could keep listening. You could leave. You could pause and come back later. The choice appears completely yours. In fact, that feeling is so natural that most people never question it. Every day is filled with decisions. What to say, what to eat, who to love, what career to pursue, what kind of person to become. Life seems built upon choice. The assumption runs so deep that it forms the foundation of responsibility, morality, achievement, and personal identity. But determinism introduces a possibility that many people find deeply unsettling. What if every decision you have ever made was always going to happen exactly as it did? What if your choices feel free, while actually being the inevitable result of forces beyond your control? At first, this sounds impossible. After all, you experience decision-making directly. You weigh options, consider alternatives, deliberate between possibilities. The sensation of choosing seems undeniable. Yet determinism does not deny that the experience exists. It questions what the experience means. The basic idea is surprisingly simple. Every event has causes. A domino falls because another domino struck it. A tree falls because certain physical conditions made it fall. An explosion occurs because specific causes produced specific effects. The universe appears governed by chains of cause and effect stretching endlessly backward. Now apply that principle to human beings. Your thoughts arise from your brain. Your brain develops through genetics, experiences, environmental influences, and countless physical processes. Every preference you have emerged from prior conditions. Every belief has causes. Every desire has causes. Every fear has causes. If every aspect of your mind originates from factors you did not choose, where exactly does freedom enter the picture? Imagine rewinding the universe to the exact moment before a decision. Every particle arranged precisely the same way. Every memory identical. Every circumstance identical. Would a different choice occur? Determinism says no. The outcome would repeat exactly, not because someone forced it, because the conditions producing the decision would remain unchanged. The same causes would generate the same result, again and again. This is where the idea becomes disturbing, because people usually define themselves through choices. You are proud of your accomplishments because you chose to pursue them. You regret mistakes because you believe you could have acted differently. You admire courage because someone overcame fear. You condemn cruelty because someone chose to behave cruelly. But if determinism is true, these assumptions begin to wobble. The successful person may have been shaped by circumstances they never selected. The criminal may have been shaped by circumstances they never selected. The hero and the villain may both be products of causal chains, stretching far beyond their control. Suddenly, the line between responsibility and inevitability becomes difficult to locate. Think about your personality. Did you choose your genetics? Did you choose the environment that shaped your childhood? Did you choose the culture that influenced your values? Did you choose the countless experiences that molded your character? Most people would answer no. These factors arrived before conscious choice ever entered the picture. Yet they helped create the very person making decisions today. In a sense, every choice emerges from a self that was largely constructed rather than consciously designed. And that realization can feel deeply unsettling, because it challenges one of humanity's most cherished beliefs. The belief that people are the ultimate authors of their lives. Consider anger. Imagine someone insults you. A feeling immediately arises. You do not consciously manufacture the emotion. It appears. Then thoughts appear. Impulses appear. Reactions appear. Many mental events seem to emerge automatically before conscious awareness fully catches up. The more closely people observe their own minds, the stranger this process becomes. Thoughts arrive. Desires arrive. Decisions arrive. But where exactly do they come from? Can you choose your next thought before thinking it? Can you decide which desire you will have before the desire appears? The deeper you investigate, the more difficult it becomes to identify a completely independent decision maker controlling the process. Instead, consciousness often seems to witness events unfolding within the mind rather than creating them from nothing. And then there is morality. Perhaps the area most affected by determinism. Human societies depend heavily on praise and blame. People reward good behavior, punish harmful behavior, celebrate achievement, condemn wrongdoing. These practices assume individuals could have acted differently. But if every action was ultimately determined by prior causes, what does punishment mean? What does guilt mean? What does personal credit mean? Some philosophers argued that determinism does not eliminate responsibility. Others believed it fundamentally transforms how responsibility should be understood. The debate continues because the implications reach into every corner of human life. Love, justice, achievement, regret, pride, forgiveness, all become more complicated. Yet perhaps the darkest implication is psychological. People often find comfort in the belief that they control their destiny. The future feels open. Possibilities feel real. Choices feel meaningful. Determinism threatens that comfort. It suggests that the path may already be fixed by factors extending beyond awareness, that every triumph and every failure may have been inevitable long before they occurred. Not because of fate, not because of destiny in a mystical sense, simply because causes produce effects, and human beings are part of that process. Imagine watching a movie for the first time. The ending feels uncertain. The characters appear free to act. The future seems open. But from another perspective, every scene is already determined. The ending exists from the beginning. The events only appear uncertain because the viewer has not reached them yet. For some philosophers, determinism suggests that life may function in a similar way. The future feels open from within experience. Yet beneath that feeling, every event may already be woven into the fabric of cause and effect, and perhaps that is what makes this conclusion so unsettling. Not that choices disappear. You still deliberate, still act, still experience decision-making. The darkness lies in the possibility that the freedom feels larger than it actually is. That the person you believe is steering the ship may be less of a captain and more of a passenger observing forces already in motion. That every thought, desire, and decision emerges from an endless chain of causes reaching back long before your birth. And if that is true, then the story of your life may not be the story of a completely free individual creating themselves through choice. It may be the story of a conscious being experiencing a path that, in some profound sense, was always going to unfold exactly as it did. The possibility that consciousness is a form of imprisonment. Imagine being locked inside a room for your entire life. No doors, no exits, no possibility of ever leaving. At first, that sounds like a nightmare. But then consider something even stranger. What if you are already inside such a room right now? Not a physical room, a mental one, a prison so familiar that most people never notice it. A prison called consciousness. Human beings usually think of consciousness as a gift, the source of art, love, imagination, creativity, and self-awareness. It allows us to experience beauty, reflect on our lives, dream about the future, understand the world around us. Without consciousness, everything that makes human life feel meaningful would disappear. And yet, philosophy has long explored a darker possibility. What if consciousness is not only a gift? What if it is also a trap? Because the moment consciousness appears, something unusual happens. A creature becomes aware of itself. And with that awareness comes a burden that many other living things never seem to carry. A deer fleeing a predator experiences fear, but once the danger passes, it returns to living. A bird building a nest does not spend hours wondering whether its life has purpose. A wolf hunting for food does not lie awake questioning the meaning of existence. Human beings do, constantly. Consciousness creates a world far larger than immediate experience. It allows us to remember the past, imagine the future, replay mistakes, anticipate disasters, fear death years before it arrives, worry about events that may never happen. The same ability that gives rise to intelligence also gives rise to anxiety, regret, dread, and existential uncertainty. In other words, consciousness expands suffering as much as it expands understanding. Think about how much pain exists entirely inside the mind. Embarrassment from years ago, fear about tomorrow, shame over past decisions, worries about things beyond your control. Many of the struggles people face are not occurring in the present moment at all. They exist inside consciousness. A conscious mind can suffer because of what happened, suffer because of what might happen, or suffer because of things that never happen at all. Reality is no longer enough. The mind creates additional worlds and then becomes trapped inside them. This is where the idea begins to feel unsettling, because unlike physical prisons, consciousness cannot be escaped. You cannot step outside your awareness and take a break from being yourself. Every experience arrives through the same lens. Every thought occurs within the same system. Every memory, every emotion, every fear, every desire. No matter where you go, consciousness follows. Not because it accompanies you, because it is the thing through which all experience occurs. Imagine wearing a virtual reality headset from birth. You never remove it. You never see beyond it. Everything you know about existence comes through its filters. How would you know what lies outside? How would you compare your experience to anything else? Some philosophers argued that consciousness creates a similar limitation. You never encounter reality directly. You encounter your experience of reality. Colors, sounds, emotions, sensations, thoughts, all arrive filtered through the architecture of your mind. You remain permanently confined within a subjective perspective. And perhaps the strangest part is that nobody can join you there. Other people can describe their experiences. They can communicate, empathize, connect, but nobody can directly enter your consciousness. Nobody can see exactly what you see, feel exactly what you feel. experience reality exactly as you experience it. Every person occupies a private world accessible only to them. This creates a kind of existential isolation built into the structure of awareness itself. You may spend your entire life surrounded by people and still remain locked inside your own perspective, forever separated from every other consciousness by an invisible barrier. Then there is mortality, perhaps the heaviest burden consciousness carries. Most animals appear largely unaware of their eventual death. Human beings are different. We know the ending before the story is over. We understand that every achievement, relationship, and experience exists beneath the shadow of impermanence. Consciousness allows us to imagine futures that do not yet exist. Unfortunately, one of those futures is our own disappearance. The result is a form of psychological weight unique to self-aware beings. We do not merely die. We live while knowing that we will die, and that knowledge accompanies us throughout life. But perhaps the darkest implication of all emerges when we ask a simple question. Why is consciousness here in the first place? Despite centuries of investigation, nobody fully understands why subjective experience exists at all. Science can explain many functions of the brain. It can identify neural activity, map cognitive processes, study behavior. Yet the existence of conscious experience itself remains deeply mysterious. Why should physical matter produce awareness? Why should neurons generate an inner world? Why is there something it feels like to be you? The answers remain elusive, which means human beings may be trapped inside a phenomenon they do not even understand. Imagine being imprisoned without knowing who built the prison, why it exists, or whether escape is even possible. That uncertainty adds another layer of discomfort, because consciousness may be the most intimate aspect of existence and the least understood. The thing closest to us may also be the greatest mystery. And perhaps that is what makes this philosophical possibility so disturbing. Not that consciousness causes suffering. Not that awareness creates difficulties. Most people already recognize those realities. The darker possibility is that consciousness itself may function like a kind of confinement, a condition from which there is no exit while life continues. A private world you never leave, a perspective you never escape, a stream of thoughts, emotions, memories, and fears that surrounds every moment of existence. The same awareness that allows you to appreciate beauty also forces you to confront mortality. The same mind that imagines hope also imagines despair. The same consciousness that makes meaning possible also makes suffering possible. And if that is true, then the very thing people often celebrate as humanity's greatest gift may also be the invisible prison in which every human life unfolds. A prison without bars, without walls, without guards, yet one that no conscious being has ever truly escaped. Why every civilization is destined to vanish, the walk through the ruins of an ancient city, and a strange feeling begins to emerge. Massive stone structures still stand. Broken roads stretch into the distance. Fragments of temples, palaces, and monuments remain scattered across the landscape. Everything around you whispers the same unsettling message. People once believed this would last forever. The citizens who lived there probably felt as permanent as we do today. They built homes, raised families, created laws, fought wars, made plans for the future. They worried about tomorrow without realizing that one day their entire civilization would become a historical curiosity, a collection of ruins visited by strangers. And that realization leads to one of philosophy's darkest conclusions: the possibility that every civilization, no matter how powerful, is ultimately destined to disappear. At first, this seems difficult to accept. Modern society feels enormous, global, technologically advanced, more connected than any civilization in history. We have satellites orbiting the planet, instant communication, scientific knowledge accumulated across centuries. From the inside, it feels as though humanity has escaped many of the vulnerabilities that destroyed earlier societies. But history offers a humbling perspective. Every civilization that ever believed it had achieved permanence eventually discovered otherwise. The great powers of the ancient world appeared invincible, until they were not. Empires that controlled vast territories eventually fractured. Cities that dominated entire regions became ruins. Cultures that shaped millions of lives faded into history. Their achievements were real. Their influence was immense. Yet none of it prevented decline. None of it guaranteed survival. Time kept moving. The pattern repeated, again and again. And that raises a troubling question. What makes us so certain that our civilization is different? Human beings have a tendency to view the present as special. The current moment feels uniquely important because it is the one we inhabit. People often imagine that history has been leading toward them, toward their society, toward their achievements. Yet every civilization has likely felt some version of that confidence. Every civilization believed it understood the future better than those that came before. Most were wrong. Part of the problem is that civilizations appear solid while they exist. The institutions feel permanent. The economy feels stable. The cultural norms feel natural. The systems governing daily life seem fixed. But beneath the surface, civilizations are extraordinarily fragile. They depend on countless interconnected structures functioning simultaneously. Food systems, political systems, economic systems, energy systems, communication systems, social trust, shared beliefs. Remove enough pieces, and the structure begins to weaken. Remove enough more and collapse becomes possible. History provides countless examples. Sometimes civilizations decline gradually over centuries. Sometimes the process unfolds with shocking speed. What seemed stable suddenly becomes unstable. What seemed permanent suddenly appears temporary. The transformation often feels impossible until it happens. Then afterward it appears obvious, and perhaps the most unsettling aspect is that collapse does not require a single cause. Civilizations face threats from every direction: war, environmental changes, economic instability, political fragmentation, disease, resource depletion, technological disruption, internal conflict, external pressure. The specific danger changes. The vulnerability remains. A civilization survives only as long as it successfully navigates an endless series of challenges. Eventually, history suggests that task becomes impossible. But even if a civilization avoids collapse, another problem remains: time. Imagine a society that survives for thousands of years, longer than any civilization in human history. What happens after 10,000 years, 50,000, 1,000,000? The longer the timeline becomes, the harder permanence is to imagine. Languages change, cultures evolve, populations shift, institutions transform. The civilization may survive in some form, but eventually it becomes something unrecognizable. The continuity breaks down. The identity dissolves. What remains may no longer be the same civilization at all. And then there is the cosmic perspective. Earth itself is temporary. The planet will not remain habitable forever. The sun will not burn forever. Even the most optimistic visions of humanity must confront the reality that the physical conditions supporting civilization have limits. Given enough time, every structure humanity builds faces forces larger than itself, forces that do not negotiate, forces that do not care how advanced a civilization becomes. The universe has already erased countless worlds. There is no obvious reason to believe ours will be exempt. This realization becomes even darker when we consider how much effort civilizations invest in permanence. People build monuments to outlast generations, preserve knowledge, create institutions, record history, pass traditions forward. Much of human culture can be understood as a struggle against disappearance, a refusal to accept impermanence, a determination to leave something behind. Yet history repeatedly delivers the same lesson. Nothing remains untouched forever. The names change, the faces change, the systems change. Eventually, even the most powerful civilizations become memories, then fragments, then mysteries, then nothing at all. Imagine standing at the end of a timeline stretching millions of years into the future. How many current nations still exist? How many cities remain? How many languages survive? How many cultural traditions endure? The number may be far smaller than we would like to believe, because civilizations are not exceptions to impermanence. They are expressions of it. Large, complex, impressive expressions, but temporary nonetheless. And perhaps that is what makes this philosophical conclusion so unsettling. Not that civilizations collapse. History has already demonstrated that repeatedly. The darker realization is that collapse may not be the exception. It may be the rule. That every society, no matter how sophisticated, exists within a larger process it cannot ultimately escape. A process of change, transformation, decline, and disappearance. The monuments may grow taller. The technology may become more advanced. The knowledge may expand beyond imagination. Yet none of it guarantees permanence. Because time remains undefeated. And if history teaches anything, it is that every civilization eventually discovers the same truth. The world it built was never meant to last forever. No matter how powerful it seemed while it existed, no matter how certain its people were that their story would continue. One day, like every civilization before it, it becomes part of the past. Another chapter closed. Another empire gone. Another reminder that even humanity's greatest creations are temporary visitors in a universe that keeps moving long after they disappear. The argument that truth may be unbearable. Most people say they want the truth. They admire honesty. They praise transparency. They believe reality should be faced directly, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. At least that is what people like to think about themselves. But imagine a strange machine. A machine capable of answering any question with perfect accuracy, no uncertainty, no ambiguity, no comforting distortions, only truth. Would you actually use it? Would you ask how long you have left to live? Would you ask whether your greatest dream will fail? Would you ask whether the people around you secretly judge you? Would you ask if your life ultimately matters? The more questions you imagine asking, the more complicated the answer becomes, because one of philosophy's darkest possibilities is that human beings may not be built to handle complete truth, not because truth is evil, not because reality is malicious, but because certain truths may be psychologically unbearable. At first, this sounds like a weakness. Surely reality is better than illusion. Surely understanding is preferable to ignorance, and in many situations, that is undoubtedly true. Truth helps people navigate the world. Truth makes science possible. Truth prevents self-deception. Truth allows progress. Without it, civilization itself would struggle to function. Yet the relationship between truth and well-being is more complicated than it first appears. Think about how many beliefs people hold that are not entirely accurate. Many individuals overestimate their abilities, overestimate their control over events, overestimate the likelihood that things will work out in their favor. Psychologists have repeatedly observed these optimistic biases. Strictly speaking, they are distortions. They do not perfectly reflect reality, yet they often contribute to resilience, motivation, and emotional stability. In other words, some forms of self-deception appear surprisingly useful. This observation raises an uncomfortable question. What if certain illusions are not flaws in human psychology? What if they are survival mechanisms? Imagine removing every comforting belief from a person's mind. Every assumption that tomorrow will be better. Every belief that suffering serves a purpose. Every expectation that hard work will be rewarded. Every hope that life contains deeper meaning. Would the result be liberation or despair? The answer is not obvious, because human beings rarely operate on facts alone. They operate on interpretations, stories, expectations, narratives about what their experiences mean. These narratives help transform raw reality into something emotionally manageable. Without them, existence may become far more difficult to endure. Consider mortality. Every person knows they will die. Yet most people do not spend every waking moment consumed by that fact. The mind naturally pushes mortality into the background. Not because death is unreal, because constant awareness of it would be overwhelming. The psychological distance serves a purpose. It allows daily life to continue. It allows people to plan, love, create, and function. Now imagine experiencing the reality of mortality with complete emotional clarity every second of every day, not intellectually understanding it, feeling it, fully, relentlessly. The weight might become unbearable, and mortality is only one example. Human life contains countless uncomfortable truths. You cannot control most of the world around you. People misunderstand you. Relationships end. Memories fade. The future remains uncertain. Everything you love is temporary. Even your understanding of reality may be deeply limited. Most people acknowledge these truths occasionally, then return to ordinary life. But what if there were no psychological filters, no comforting distractions, no protective illusions? The result might not resemble wisdom. It might resemble paralysis. This idea fascinated several philosophers. Some argued that consciousness itself may depend on selective blindness, that human beings survive partly because they do not perceive reality in its entirety. Instead, the mind filters information constantly. It simplifies, edits, prioritizes, constructs narratives, not necessarily to reveal reality exactly as it is, but to make reality manageable. Think about vision. The brain already filters enormous amounts of sensory information before conscious awareness ever receives it. Without those filters, experience would become overwhelming. Some philosophers wondered whether psychological reality works the same way. Perhaps the mind filters existential truths for similar reasons. Perhaps complete exposure would be too much. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche explored a version of this concern. He suggested that certain illusions might be necessary for life itself. Not because falsehood is superior to truth, but because human beings require meaning, purpose, and direction. If certain truths destroy those things, the consequences become complicated. The goal of life may not be simple accuracy. It may also involve survival, functioning, endurance, and those goals do not always align perfectly. Imagine learning with absolute certainty that every personal ambition will fail. Would motivation survive? Imagine learning that every relationship will eventually end painfully. Would vulnerability survive? Imagine learning that your deepest values have no objective foundation. Would commitment survive? Perhaps, but perhaps not. The point is not that these conclusions are necessarily true. The point is that certain truths possess the potential to transform human experience in ways that are difficult to predict, and that possibility forces a disturbing question. What if the mind protects itself for a reason? What if some illusions exist because consciousness struggles to bear reality in its rawest form? The implication can feel deeply unsettling, because people often assume truth and well-being naturally support one another. The more reality you understand, the better life becomes. But what if there are limits? What if some knowledge creates burdens rather than liberation? What if some truths solve intellectual problems while creating emotional ones? The history of philosophy is filled with thinkers who confronted exactly this dilemma. The pursuit of truth often revealed uncertainty rather than certainty, complexity rather than simplicity, mystery rather than resolution. The deeper they investigated existence, the less comforting reality sometimes appeared. And perhaps that is what makes this conclusion so dark. Not that truth is harmful, not that ignorance is desirable. The darkness lies in the possibility that reality may not be designed for human comfort. That the universe never promised its truths would be emotionally manageable. That consciousness may require stories, interpretations, and selective blindness simply to function. And if that is true, then the relationship between truth and human flourishing becomes far more complicated than most people imagine. Because the ultimate challenge may not be discovering the truth. It may be surviving it, living with it, carrying it without collapsing beneath its weight. And perhaps the most unsettling possibility of all is that some of the beliefs keeping people hopeful, motivated, and emotionally stable are not valuable because they are true. They are valuable because without them, reality might become far more difficult to endure than the human mind was ever meant to bear. The ultimate silence beyond human existence, to try to imagine the moment after the last human being is gone. No cities, no conversations, no music, no laughter, no arguments, no dreams, no memories, no stories. Just a world that continues without us. Most people rarely think about this possibility, not because it is impossible, because the mind instinctively resists it. Human beings are accustomed to placing themselves at the center of experience. Every problem, every goal, every fear, and every hope unfolds within a world filled with human meaning. It is difficult to imagine reality without the presence of those who give it meaning in the first place. Yet philosophy eventually arrives at a haunting question. What remains when humanity is no longer here? And perhaps more importantly, what does that answer reveal about our place in the universe? For most of history, people assumed humanity occupied a special position. Different cultures explained that position in different ways, but the underlying idea remained similar. Human beings mattered. The story of existence was somehow connected to them. Reality was not merely a collection of physical events. It was a stage upon which human life possessed significance, but modern understanding has gradually expanded the scale of the universe, and with every expansion, humanity appeared smaller. Earth became one planet among many. The sun became one star among billions. Our galaxy became one galaxy among countless others. The observable universe grew larger and larger while humanity remained exactly the same size. The result was unsettling, not because humans became less important to one another, because the universe appeared increasingly indifferent to human existence. Stars formed long before humanity appeared, galaxies collided without witnesses, Entire cosmic events unfolded in complete silence for billions of years. The universe functioned perfectly well before humans arrived, and it seems capable of functioning perfectly well after they are gone. This observation leads to a disturbing possibility. What if human existence is not a permanent feature of reality? What if it is a temporary event? A brief interruption in an otherwise silent universe. Imagine compressing the history of the cosmos into a single calendar year. Human civilization would occupy only the final moments before midnight on the final day. Everything people have ever built, every empire, every religion, every scientific discovery, every work of art, every love story, every triumph, every tragedy, all of it would unfold within a tiny fraction of the timeline, a brief flash surrounded by immense stretches of cosmic silence. And eventually that flash may disappear, not because humanity failed, not because someone chose it, because nothing appears permanent. Species emerge, species vanish, stars ignite, stars die, galaxies evolve. Everything exists within larger processes of change. There is no obvious reason to believe humanity stands outside those processes. One day, whether millions or billions of years from now, human beings may no longer exist. The details remain uncertain. The possibility does not. And this is where the idea becomes profoundly unsettling, because many human values depend upon human presence, meaning, purpose, achievement, recognition, legacy, all require conscious minds capable of experiencing them. Without conscious beings, what happens to those concepts? Imagine the greatest achievement in human history. Whatever accomplishment you consider most extraordinary. Now imagine a future in which no conscious observer remains. No one remembers it. No one studies it. No one even knows it occurred. What remains of its significance? The physical traces may persist for a time, but meaning itself seems to disappear alongside the minds that created it. This is the silence philosophers find so disturbing, not the absence of sound, the absence of consciousness, the absence of anyone left to care. A universe continuing without witnesses, without interpretation, without stories, without memory. For many people, this feels almost impossible to accept, because human beings naturally experience reality from within consciousness. Meaning feels woven into existence itself. Purpose feels real. Importance feels real. Yet all of these experiences appear connected to minds. Remove the minds and something profound changes. The universe remains. The meanings may not. Imagine standing before a magnificent painting, the colors, the details, the beauty. Now imagine there are no conscious beings anywhere capable of seeing it. Does the painting still physically exist? Yes. Does beauty still exist in the same sense? The answer becomes much harder to define. This problem extends far beyond art. It touches everything humans care about. Love, justice, achievement, truth, legacy, purpose, all seem inseparable from conscious experience. Without observers, the concepts themselves begin to dissolve, and perhaps that is why the possibility of humanity's disappearance feels heavier than individual mortality. Individual death is tragic, but others remain. Memories remain. Stories continue. The larger human project survives. The ultimate silence represents something different. The disappearance of the entire audience. The end of every witness. The conclusion of every story simultaneously. A future in which there is nobody left to remember that humanity ever existed at all, and the universe may not notice. The stars will continue burning. Planets will continue orbiting. Galaxies will continue drifting through space. The laws of physics will continue operating exactly as before. Reality itself appears capable of moving forward without interruption. as though human existence was never required for the universe to function. And perhaps that is what makes this philosophical conclusion so dark. Not that humanity will someday end. Many people already accept that possibility. The darker realization is what may follow. Not judgment, not revelation, not cosmic recognition. Silence. A silence so complete that every human concern disappears with the minds that carried it. Every dream, every fear, every achievement, every memory, every meaning, gone, while the universe continues its endless motion, indifferent to what has been lost. And if that is true, then beyond the final chapter of human existence may lie something far stranger than punishment or reward. An immense and permanent silence. The same silence that existed before humanity arrived. The same silence that may remain long after humanity is gone. Waiting patiently on both sides of our brief moment in existence, surrounding the entire human story, like an endless ocean surrounding a single wave before it rises and after it disappears forever.